Are you all doing this evening?
Good.
Good. Happy on the flat Earth. Wonderful,
Always.
beautiful flat Earth. So good. With people that love the truth.
Come on, debate God. I'll go tell him to go down there.
Truth seekers.
Hello, debate God. Hello, debate God.
What is going on? What is going on?
Shouldn't you be debate deity?
Deity?
Deity.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I wish, but God is good enough for me.
Sweet. So what brings you around?
Just a little bit of debates, a little bit of fun, just messing around, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You already know.
Yeah.
Alright, so what brings you around? You the top dog here, or what's up?
No, I'm the lowest. I do nothing.
Gotcha.
I'm
Okay.
worst in here. I'm brand new.
That's wild. That is wild. Okay, so you cool if I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so how does gravity work? Or does it not exist?
What is gravity?
Second one.
Gravity is force is equal to ma. F is equal to ma.
Okay, then
That's basically
I mean, what is it?
it's when massive objects attract massive things. And when a massive object attracts things to it. That's gravity.
Okay. Can you demonstrate it?
Yes,
It's not. No.
yes, I can demonstrate it right now. Okay, pretend to take an apple. This was demonstrated 500 years ago. Pretend
Right.
to take an apple and drop it, right?
Right.
Gravity.
So you dropped it, and that's
Right.
gravity.
Yes.
Okay.
You dropped it and it landed in the water and it floated. Now what?
Hold on. So
Well, buoyancy
is hold on. Is gravity the cause or the effect?
Gravity is the effect.
So gravity is not the cause of it falling.
Well, gravity is the cause and effect.
It's the cause and the effect. You do realize you've just entered into an incoherent statement.
Incoherent statement.
Yes,
Okay,
that's
so
incoherent.
are you asking what is the
Can't
cause
be
of
the
something
cause.
falling?
Something can't be the cause of itself.
All right, I spoke. It is the cause, yes.
It's the cause.
Gravity is
Okay.
the cause of something falling.
Okay. Now, what evidence is there that it's the cause of the effect?
Okay, do you know what the infraction law is?
Why don't you tell us?
Okay, the infraction law is pretend you're in a moving vehicle and you could throw an orange in that, like pretend it's a car and you could throw an orange. That orange will move with you. It won't go backwards through the acceleration.
Hold on,
Is
y'all.
it a
Let him finish.
Yes, it is confirmed. The infraction law is confirmed. And this can work on a train too. Pretend if you're in an airplane, you're going 700 miles an hour. You do not feel it. After the first 3 seconds of acceleration, you do not feel it. You feel like you're just, doing whatever. You feel like you're on solid land. That's
So you're
how
saying
the
you're saying we have a roof. You're saying we are in
saying
an
we have a roof? Are you
enclosed
talking
cab.
about-
Hold on, you're saying we're in an enclosed cab.
I never said that. Where are
Well, you
getting
said
this
we're
from?
in a car, we're in a train, and we're in a plane. All of those
I'm
are
saying the
enclosed.
infraction law needs to be
All of
yes.
those
The
are
infraction law
enclosed.
needs
Hold
to
on,
be
hold on,
including
hold on,
people,
hold on,
yes.
hold on. If you're going 700 miles an hour and you throw an orange up, and you're just going 700 miles an hour, what's going to happen? No plane.
What are you talking about? The
Are
same
you in
thing
an
can work with a
open? Is the
convertible.
Earth an open or
The
closed
infraction
system?
law can work with a
Your
convertible.
model, is the Earth an open or closed system?
It's an open system. Obviously,
Open.
there's layers
Okay,
of closed
so
systems.
your demonstration of this is in closed systems.
It's not a massive dome.
Okay, so you're saying, so how are you making these analogous to the Earth? They're closed systems.
I thought it was fucking talking
What
about
is a closed system? Are you talking about the infraction law? I just told you it doesn't have to be in the closed system. You can do with a convertible. The same thing happens. The infraction law still works. It does not have to be in a closed vehicle. Obviously, with an airplane, it has to be closed because they're going at such a violent distance. But with
Whoa,
a car, if you're just 30 miles an hour.
Hold on. Let's get back to this. What is the actual force?
The actual force?
Yeah, the demonstration of force.
It's basically the force of motion, basically. Like you're moving with the motion.
Okay, well, that's not gravity. Okay, so we don't have to talk about that then. That's not gravity.
Well, it does.
No,
Well,
we're
my
talking
point being,
about
it does.
we are talking about the force of gravity. Can you demonstrate the existence of the force of gravity as a cause?
Yeah, I'm trying to demonstrate it right now.
That's
with the
not
flat
gravity.
Earth.
That's motion.
No, I'm trying to
not
demonstrate
gravity.
it real quick.
That's not
No,
gravity.
listen, with a flat Earth, yes, I'm trying to explain it to you right now. With a flat Earth,
I've
if you were
heard this
dropping in a
argument
car,
for 7 years. You're not going to be able to explain it to me again.
because they're just okay. For the past 7 years, have you been interrupting them? Okay, just let me.
No,
finish real
only
quick.
for about 5 years.
5 years. Okay, I respect,
Yeah,
I
I've been
respect that. At least
interrupting
2
this
years
for
from
about
now.
5 years. Now, you're talking motion, something that was set in motion with energy and is continuing to stay in motion as you're throwing it up. That is not
Again, that's how the Earth works.
that is not
1,000
gravity.
miles an hour, gravity keeps
That
you
is
up.
not
You go
listen,
with the force of
that
motion
is
of
not
the Earth.
gravity.
That's
You're arguing like a woman. I would appreciate if you didn't do that because we're talking about
arguing
gravity.
like a woman.
Yes, you are.
Are you an incel?
No. I have 3 children.
Do you?
So here's what's going to happen. You've got to tell me what the force of actual gravity is.
The force of actual gravity. Do you want the formula for it?
Oh, sorry.
No, I
Hold
didn't
on.
ask for the formula. A force, a demonstration.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need to tell us about it. We want a demonstration of it. Now, we understand you're going to have to... Hold on. Yo. Chill. This doesn't have to be over in 5 fucking seconds, man. Take your time with the conversation, yeah? So, what we're actually asking for, right, is gravity. Have you got a scientific experiment for that? Or are you just going to tell us analogous stories about something that hasn't got really anything to do with what you came in asking about? So, the gravity
I'll
bit.
do an experiment. Okay, listen. I'll do an experiment you can be familiar with. The Cavendish experiment. It involved basically 2 wheels on suspension. Basically, do you know how that works, Chris?
Yes,
Yeah.
we know about the Cavendish.
Okay.
Not an
you think
experiment.
it's just
There's
completely
no-
phony.
What's the independent
Whoa.
variable? What's the independent variable in that so-called experiment?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Like the lever? What are you talking about? The variable.
Yeah.
Not specifying anything.
There you go.
Just saying the independent.
The
That does not mean
independent
anything.
variable. Okay, so the independent variable is the cause. The variable is the effect. The dependent variable is the effect.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
now
In
explain that
that
with the
so-called
Cavendish.
experiment
How is it incorrect?
was, hold on, that's what you manipulate in order to establish cause. It's the variable you manipulate. So what was the independent variable in Cavendish's balls?
Cavendish's ball.
Yeah. In
Why do you say it
his
like
balls suspended from a pendulum on a crossbar, what was his independent variable?
Let me think.
Hold on.
Nah.
You know,
Nah,
the
wait,
only
nah.
those were the ones he only observed back in the shed.
So I'm just asking you for the independent variable
One sec, hold up.
from Reverend Lord Cavendish.
Henry Cavendish to you.
Well, I was just giving you his actual title.
Henry,
Yeah, I got you.
Reverend Henry.
I'm messing with you. I'm
Lord.
messing with you.
So, remember, we're looking for...
Right.
Okay,
Sign.
the dependent
Okay.
variable was the. Okay, wait one sec. The dependent variable, the one the experimenter observed, was the angle the rod twisted to as a result of the gravitational attraction between the large and small weights.
What's the
And let me
variable?
Wow, a bunch of
the
precepts.
independent or the dependent. I think the dependent.
The independent.
Okay, I got you. The independent variable, the one the experimenter controlled, was the angle between the frame and the large weights.
Angle between the frame and the large weight. So where is that in
Leave
nature?
it right there. That's
Where's
all it
that
was.
in where's that in nature?
That's all it was.
Where's that in nature?
nature?
Yeah.
Mechanical phenomenon, like I've always said.
Yeah.
Again,
Where
it
can I
does not
find
have to be
pendulum
nature
in
to prove that it
nature?
exists.
Once again,
Where can I
Again,
find
it
this?
does not
Where can I
have to
find
be
this?
nature.
Where can I find this in nature?
Where can you find a pendulum in nature?
How did
Or
how did
suspension?
how did Reverend Lord Cavendish eliminate the variables of the mechanism itself from interfering with it?
This was done 300 years ago. You're gonna have to ask him.
Right. It was a 300-year-old. Hold on, it was a 300-year-old preacher. 300 years ago, a preacher set up a bar in his barn, and that's your proof.
Well, do you know who Aristophanes is?
Yes, I know who Aristophanes is, and go ahead. I will gladly let you fall into this trap. Go ahead.
Oh, please tell me about him. Please
Continue.
tell me about him.
Continue.
No, please. You know
No, I
so
want you
much,
to tell me about him. I want you to tell me about him.
Okay, so if you don't know, I'll explain it to you.
That's right.
You don't know, I'll explain it to you.
Sure,
Okay,
sure.
It's a great plan. Okay, you can relax.
Anything?
Okay.
No one post any of my stuff, please. Go ahead. Tell us.
So he invented a system of longitude and latitude and a map of the known world. One sec, hold up.
That's Mercator.
I'm curious though.
That's
Do you
Mercator.
believe that he actually took the Earth's circumference though? Just a quick question.
Who?
Yes or no?
No, of
Aristophanes.
course he didn't.
What do you mean
Of
by
course he
circumference?
What do you
Sorry,
mean?
What,
What do you mean by
circumference?
The circumference is the distance around the Earth.
Yeah, we know.
Pi is equal to
How do you think he would have measured a circumference? How did he do that? Why don't you tell us?
Circumference
Okay,
on the
so-
what?
the Earth.
Circumference.
So if you take
sorry,
small
sorry,
measurement-
hold on, my friend. The Earth. What's the Earth?
The Earth? Like how
Yeah,
long?
so-
What are you trying to ask?
No. Okay, let me
Just saying,
be
what is the
specific.
Earth?
Hold
That's
on.
not the question.
Listen, and you've asked me to explain, right? You don't understand, so listen. I'll try again.
Well, you didn't phrase the question correctly.
Yeah, I'm going to. So
Okay.
circumference on what? So circumference is just a
On a
circle.
ball.
Yeah. Oh,
On a
excellent.
sphere.
So the Earth on a ball. So already with Aristophanes, he's on a. Listen, please. Already with Aristophanes, in his mind, the circumference is on a ball. Now, we can draw circles around many things, right? We can draw circles around balls, and we can just draw circles in two-dimensional planes, right? Yes or no?
So I was rolling with a blunt. What'd you say?
Meme, you can have him back if you want him.
All right. How did he determine this circumference?
Okay, so basically, he took the distance between two cities, around 5,000 stadia apart, which is about 800 kilometers. He then would use the simple proportions to find the Earth's circumference. 7.82 degrees is about 1/50th of 360 degrees. So 800 times 50
Just-
equals 40,000 kilometers.
Stop it. You saying the
That's
numbers?
basically a dumbed down version of it. That's how he did it. He took
Hold on,
small
stop.
measurements and added up to a gargantuan level.
Okay. I want you to look in VC voice in the voice text. It's right above this.
So is this just some
Live stream voice
screwed
text.
up verbatim or garbage
Live-
verbatim or what? What is this?
Live stream voice text.
I'm there.
Okay. You see that picture of those sticks and shadows?
I do, yes.
Okay. Which one of those is curved and which one of them is flat? Which one is curved? Which
Is
one
this
is flat?
artificial light or natural light?
It's what?
Is it artificial light or natural light?
Which one of them is curved and which one of them is flat?
Is this artificial light or natural
How are
light?
you
Dodged
going
the
to
question.
test something? How are you going to test something without first removing it from nature and putting it into a controlled setting?
Because it was first proved in nature with natural light.
First proved in
Without a
nature.
second,
Hold on. How
Yeah,
was it
it was-
proved? Debate God. You got to stop interrupting. You got to stop interrupting. Tell me why.
I will.
Tell me why this principle doesn't work indoors. Why?
Indoors, natural light could affect it.
Natural light doesn't work the same as light.
The fuck are you talking about, boy?
No, artificial light is not.
Wait, are you saying artificial light is not the same light?
For an experiment, it does not work.
For an
the same.
experiment.
Now
Well, first of all,
understand
for an experiment, this isn't an experiment. This is a demonstration.
An experiment is a demonstration. Why
No,
are you
it's
trying to
not.
confuse it up?
An
What is your point
experiment,
here?
as you put it,
Yes.
an experiment, like a spear, I guess. An experiment is proof of cause and effect relationships.
Oof.
Okay, a
So
scientific
these are not
procedure
experiments; these are
taken
demonstrations.
to make a discovery.
Now, let me ask you something. How would you listen? You see the sticks and the shadows. How would you determine which one of these is curved and which one of them is flat?
Again, with artificial light.
It doesn't matter if it's artificial light. How would you determine which one was
How would
curved
I
or
know
flat?
that? Why would I trust your word for that?
Because I made it.
You made it?
This isn't. Yes,
that
this
is.
is. I
that is
built that and I took pictures
that
of
is
it. Yes.
absolutely comforting to hear. Thank you so much. My
Yes.
fears are just about
Yes.
misinformation.
So
and
here's my
are just
question.
clear
Here's
now.
my question. I realize you're in your feminine right now and you're arguing like a woman. You don't want to hold yourself
What is
accountable.
up with
You don't want. It's because you don't want to be accountable. You don't be want
Are you
want to
trying
held
to come
accountable.
out?
Now listen.
I'm
Which
listening.
one is flat and which one is curved? What are the
They are
shadows going to
all
tell you? What are the shadows going to tell you?
The shadows are going to tell you which one is curved and which one is flat.
Well, why don't you tell me? Because they measure exactly the same.
Again, artificial light is not the same as natural
Are you
light.
saying the nature of light changes?
Yes, if it's rising east over west, yes, it will change. What do you not understand about this?
Are you okay, man?
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm
no.
basically okay.
Should we even continue with him? Because he's
Well,
stupid. He is
Hey,
stupid.
there's no point in acting like a female right
He
now.
is
my friend-
literally the stupidest
Just
person we've
settle
talked
down,
to.
settle down.
No. How
Shush
would
him.
you determine? See, here's the problem: is Aristophanes would have been at a moment in time to check these measurements, wouldn't he? So this is his moment in time in these pictures.
Again,
Now, tell me how you would determine that which one of these was curved and which one was flat.
You could determine by the shadows. But again,
Then
artificial light.
tell
and
me
natural light.
how, because
let
the
me ask you a
shadows
question.
look.
Are
Regardless of
artificial
whether
light
it's curved or
you gotta
flat,
stop
regardless of whether it
You
is
gotta stop
curved,
interrupting.
regardless of whether it is curved or
stop
flat, they're
interrupting.
measuring the same. If they
Yes,
measure
you
the
gotta stop
same, which one is the
Okay,
proof?
is artificial light and natural light the same thing? Answer that question.
The nature of how light behaves,
Is
yes.
artificial
The
light
nature
and
of how
natural
light
light the
behaves,
same
yes.
thing?
The nature of how light behaves
How light
is
behaves.
the same.
When light is rising and setting over a distance, then it's not the same. It is not the same.
Are you saying that he was reading the shadow as it moved? That's not what he did.
No, obviously that's not what I'm
Right.
saying.
He was at a
But again,
snapshot
when it
in
comes
time.
over
He was
artificial and
at a
natural light,
snapshot.
there's
He was
between
at
the
a
two.
he was at a snapshot in time. And that's what these are. When you have a stationary light to test this, you are at a snapshot in time because the light behaves exactly the same way.
All right.
So
no,
which
listen,
one
I'll
is
give you this.
curved?
I'm
Which
not
one is
educated.
curved?
Listen,
Which one is
no, I'm trying to say
curved?
this.
Which one is curved and
trying to
which one
say
is
this.
flat? Use those
don't have the
shadows.
answers
Use
for your
those shadows. Use those shadows to tell me which one of those is curved and which one of them is flat.
I don't have the answers for your gotcha questions. I'll give you this. Your lies and misinformation.
Okay, which one of those is curved and which one of them is flat? Using your theory about how you can use trigonometry, measuring shadows to do it.
Again, like I just said, I don't have the answers for your jargon. Now I just want to ask you
Jedi, what jargon am I using?
what jargon?
What
You're the
jargon
fucking
am I
center right
using?
You're not
I'm
using any
asking him
jargon.
to tell me something.
Do you want me to give you a critique of what's going on? I mean,
Yes,
I would like
that.
I mean, I can understand what you're saying, right? This gentleman is just barking through you, and I can't understand anything that he's saying. He's literally incoherent with anything that he says. You're talking about the nature of light, and you're trying to talk about Aristophanes, and a simple thing like light and shadow. and maybe some angles, a bit of trigonometry. It's this fucking simple. And you're trying to convolute a light. It's not natural light with a light. A projection of light passed in. My friend,
artificial
again,
light
we're just
is natural light the same as artificial light.
No,
so
it's artificial light.
So why would you do a demonstration between two different lights and say you're going to come out the
Listen. What is your problem? Tell me exactly what your problem. Are you saying that light behaves differently? Are you saying that light behaves differently?
Does.
Okay. How does light behave differently? Stop yelling, son. How does light behave differently? How does light behave differently? Does it excite the photons differently? What is it?
I just can't get a word in. I can't get a word in. I don't understand that.
That's because I'm not going to let you get away from this.
Exactly. When someone tries to speak the truth, you silence them.
You're not speaking the truth. You're trying to obfuscate the fact that you don't have an answer to it.
That's a big word for you. I'm surprised.
No,
listen, dude, you're an idiot. They didn't use Eratosthenes didn't use trigonometry. It wasn't invented yet. So what the fuck are you talking about? Give me the formula.
You sound
this is Zahn from the other day, you know.
Yeah,
you sound 90. How old are you? What the fuck?
Yeah, who cares?
Bro, you need to go.
How young are you?
Yeah, how old are you, Don?
I'm 16 years old.
16? Oh, you haven't even had a vagina yet. I'll see you.
Sorry.
That laugh. That's just weird.
Well, once.
I'm not gonna click on you though. Question real quick. No, a genuine question. When it comes to the Antarctic border or whatever you have.
I don't think is he allowed to make up another question when he didn't do the first one?
He tried this the other day. He's been here. He was here 2 days ago. He was pulling
we'll just take another account.
Beta.
He's just being a little globe monkey, swinging from tree to tree, not getting anywhere.
Wouldn't answer a question.
Nope.
He doesn't know the answer. He just, I don't know. I don't even know where he's coming up with.
He knows because he said, I'm not going to answer your gotcha question. He just shot himself in the foot.
Well, he comes in here with that hyper virgin energy. I don't need that.
What?
Hyper virgin energy. Brilliant. I mean, he's fucking getting excited about something, right?
Yeah, something. I don't know what.
Yeah, like when the first, you've never been on a date with a girl or never interacted with a girl before, and you finally meet one, and you're like,
yeah. But he's really confused, and it's coming out in other ways, and he's over here fucking spouting his shit over us.
Yeah, he was spazzing out, all the laughing and stuff. All it is, it's a defense mechanism. He's like, I don't know what this is. I'm just gonna have to laugh and act like it's incredulous. But I mean, that's
he's got things.
It's juvenile. Was that what you were gonna say?
Yeah.
So maybe he should have some homework assigned before he's allowed to ask any more questions.
Nah, I'm just gonna not care.
Okay. So, if we're having new roles soon, what role would this?
Not saying.
Oh, do we have an ETA for all this to happen?
Not saying.
Oh. Well, I look forward to it.
So do I.
Fun.
Is there anybody else? What's Manny? Or Manny D, whatever their last name is. I can't see it. It's ... Who's Manny?
I don't understand why he thinks he can come in here and just spout nonsense. It's not even the globe model. It's just nonsense. Random stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But he came in here, like he said, they use trigonometry. That's not trigonometry. It has nothing to do with trigonometry. Trigonometry was not even invented when Eratosthenes was alive. So why would he come in here and say that? I don't get it. Did he was going to fool us, or does he not know what he doesn't know? I don't. I don't understand.
What was the kid's name? What was it? I wasn't looking, you guys. What was his name?
Zon or Debate God.
Debate God.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Mm.
The username does not check out.
No, it does not.
I banned him.
Well,
It was going to go nowhere.
but he wasn't new because he said, I'm not going to forget that. I'm not going to answer your gotcha question. He knew he was backed into a corner.
It's just
Well,
fucking.
at least he didn't incriminate himself.
He believes in the globe. He's scared of corners.
Oh! That's actually literally and figuratively true.
Is Zon the one who didn't know what the formula was that he posted when he posted it yesterday?
More than likely.
I think so, yes.
Right. He said there was an R, and we were telling him the R is radius, and he said, "Nuh-uh." Like, yeah, not know how to read the formula? R is radius.
R is letter.
Yeah. R is an alphabet letter. What are you talking about, man?
Trying to prove that the Earth is a ball and literally just throwing numbers and signs down on a piece of paper or on the internet. Down and you like it fucking meant something to him. He doesn't know.
I will kiss the person who gets me off of flat Earth. I will kiss them.
Oh,
I think you can understand the difference between a circle and a ball. There was that problem.
no, no.
Mm. All right, now what are you going to do now that you banned him?
Somebody else will show up.
Yeah, sorry, man. I did jump in for your point with that guy. I hoped it wasn't going to take as long as it fucking did. So it was only supposed to be short and sweet. I'd hope he'd understand the difference between drawing a circle and a circle and drawing one.
Well, he mixed up his notes too because he said Aristophanes was Mercator at first.
Yeah, oh yeah. Mate, he was all over the place.
It was all over the place.
Gravity, then in a fucking car. All right.
Yeah.
Where are we going?
Oh, that's right. He said 9 inch per square mile.
Legendary.
He's the biggest idiot that has ever come.
Okay, so I can tell you where he was going. He was going on a road to nowhere.
Jenny, cut your mic down just a hair, if you could.
Oh, sorry, I was too close.
Yeah, well, I think your mic's volume is actually a little too loud. Like the input on it, because it's doing that thing where the sound gets like obliterated sometimes.
Shit.
Like it's coming in like you're talking through a bullhorn.
Oh no.
Yes.
As Son, he also argued for us arguing for a parabola when we didn't actually argue for a parabola, right. And then that the parabola didn't match the curve of the Earth, even though that's the claim of the Globers. He doesn't know his own claims.
He doesn't, no. And he's just a kid looking for, like, trolling opportunity.
He says you can't use the parabolic formula, and then he tries to cite the parabolic formula, but he butchers it.
Right, yeah. 9 inches per square mile. I'm like, I don't even know what that would be. 9 inches per square mile. What?
It's just a fucking spot.
Yeah, I remember when Zon said that because I my brain just like melted when he said it.
Hello, guys.
Yes.
I'm pretty new to the server, but maybe one of you can answer my question.
Sure.
the Cavendish experiments. I'm sure you have heard it a lot.
Literally
Can you explain that on Flat Earth?
Sorry, it's just because Cavendish was brought up earlier.
Well,
I do apologise for laughing. Sorry.
It's not explainable on any shape. It's a nothing. It's literally just a nothing. It's just two balls attached to a rod dangling from a ceiling. So here we have this free dangling mechanism that you've got a chain, you've got a pivot, you've got a torsion bar, and you've got weights on each end. And we're supposed to accept that that's showing us a natural phenomenon at all. It doesn't even qualify to be like rationally accepted as a demonstration of anything. Because think about all the variables that exist in the mechanism itself. The torsion bar, the chain, the pivot, the weights themselves.
Yeah. I get what you're saying. I mean, it just, if you look it up on YouTube, like, it all shows the same thing, you know?
What? Sorry.
Well, that's...
show the same thing. Okay, yeah, go on.
I was going to say, a lot of people do try to recreate this, and I see it. They're in their dorm room, you know? It's a nice, controlled environment, right? A dorm room, in a classroom, right? And they all get different results. And then what they do is they backwards engineer the results and call the difference the hidden G. It's like a ritual. That's all it is. It's just kind of a self-affirming thing you do. Like I did the Cavendish thing. That's all it is. It's like just a little, scientism rite of passage is all it is. But it doesn't prove anything because they're just looking at a mechanism. I remember, this was long before I was into anything flat earth. This was many years ago. I was on, of all places, Reddit, because Reddit sucks and I was, felt like abusing myself. And it was an engineering thread, and they were talking about the Cavendish experiment, so-called experiment. And one of the engineers said, what if what we're doing is we're measuring an unknown variable in the torsion rod, because all of them were getting different results in their whatever engineering class they were in, doing this little thing. They were all getting different results. And this one engineer said, what if we're just measuring some unknown variable in the mechanism itself? You know what they did? They banned him and locked the thread.
It makes a lot of sense what you're saying. Like, if I had a tall building and do it in the one end and do it in the other end, I would have a different result. I think. Right. Yeah. I think what you're going for. I think it makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would say that if this whole thing, if gravity existed in the way that they say it does, how could you test the gravity of these individual balls while you're in the gravity field of a planet? Why would they independently have their own gravity all of a sudden? You get what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense.
There are lots of things about the Cavendish experiment that you came in saying, Cavendish experiment, flat Earth. Right? Doesn't matter what this is, or really where we're doing this, right? One hasn't got anything to do with the other. It's not a scientific experiment. It doesn't follow the scientific method. We're just observing something happening and then attributing that possible something happening to the Earth having a gravitational mass, some description.
Sorry.
When we get down to, like as Meme was saying, if you do this over and over and over again, as people do, you're going to get different results. That's a problem. Every time you get different results, you will then backwards engineer for, errors because you haven't got the results that you should do. and then you would just still attribute any errors to the Earth being a ball. Because this is what you're trying to do with this fucking contraption. Or not you, sorry, the ubiquitous you. They were trying to do. We also have to understand that Cavendish is obviously working on the premise that the Earth is a ball anyway, so begging the question to using their maths to get the mass of the Earth because of the known size of the Earth, right? They want that mass. But ultimately, when we talk about Cavendish, the shit that we're given now isn't really based on that. The math we get was developed like 120, 50 years later. Right? That comes later. They developed another story based on this and gave us a better way of understanding it with math. But it's not science. It doesn't follow the method strictly at all. It falls apart on all 4 steps, especially the first one and especially the 4th one. Right? There's no observed natural phenomena. We're just observing it in this contraption a man's made. Right? We're just attributing this to what? Something that Newton said about an apple falling to the ground from a tree. Downwards motion. But this side-to-side fucking balls hanging in the shed shit. So it's not science. We haven't got things going down. No naturally observed phenomena. Attribution of cause to build the hypothesis. Oh, shit. We've got if mass, then mass attracts mass. If cause and effect.
Good explanation. Thank you, guys.
Another thing I always had a problem with this was the fact that I think it's unfalsifiable. I think it violates the rules of falsifiability. Because if every test you do is different and you say, well, then we just work backwards from it, then you've made it unfalsifiable because all of your results are now valid. Like, where's the falsifiability in it? Like, you can't get a wrong answer. So how do you know any answer is right? I mean, on multiple levels. So, like on the material level, it's a mechanism, and on the philosophical level, it's neither scientific nor is it falsifiable. So it's just got problems all around.
Yeah, because whenever they get a result they don't want, they just say, "Oh, that was user error. Let's just pretend that didn't happen."
Yeah.
That's it. The balls move at all, right? It's described as an oscillation as well, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's an oscillation.
How do they know it wasn't user error by Cavendish?
Well, this is what he was trying to do, right? Get far away from his stuff and in the shed and the balls himself. He was going to fuck off over there and use a telescope.
Yeah.
It's also, if you read books from the 1800s, there was a lot of talk about this thing among flat earthers, and according to those books, the scientists of the time were finding the balls moving away from each other just as likely as moving towards each other, and so there was no consensus on this being any proof. That only came later as it was taught in schools as proof, and so people just accepted that.
Yeah.
So here's 2 examples of people doing the Cavendish. The top guy, the top video is a high school science teacher, I think, and the bottom guy is a physics professor at the University of Cambridge. Both of them did not get the result they so-called expected, and they just say, user error. It's broken. Something's wrong. Not that, like, the phenomenon that they're claiming exists doesn't exist, or, this is called cherry picking and confirmation bias. They get so frustrated in the bottom video that he has, like, it's a scientific grade Cavendish device too. It's like one of the ones you order. They're like $2,000, right? They're for schools and universities to measure it. They get so mad they saw it in half because it won't work.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. They tried to take apart his contraption and saw it in half to figure out what he did, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, so you can't figure out what this guy did in his barn in 1750?
Hi guys, I have a question.
Sure.
So they say that GPS is done with satellites. What's your guys' response to that?
GPS is done with satellites? Okay.
Yeah, is it true? How do they do it? That's my question.
Okay. No, GPS is not done with satellites. It's done with carrier towers.
Okay. And evidence of that?
Well,
lots of things can be satellites, right? It's the invocation of satellite in the vacuum of space.
Right. At one point, I had posted on here that all the investment is in towers. There's no investment in communication satellites. It's all in towers. I mean, if you just look at where the money is, it's not in satellites. What they've done is they've created a complete geopositioning system. Like with your cell phone, the GPS on your cell phone, the GPS in your truck, the GPS in your plane, there would be no connection reliable enough to something that's moving at 1,000 miles per hour. Geostationary, 250 miles away. So what they do is they connect to this extremely well-networked system of towers. I think there's 14 or 15 million towers now. And, lo and behold, where there's no towers, there's no GPS.
What about airplanes then in the middle of the ocean?
Yeah, so there's a system called LORAN. It's existed since the 1940s. According to them, even on their first iteration, it worked out to 1,200 miles.
Yep. So, I'm
talking the first iteration. So that means the first version. They got up to something like LORAN C, and I don't know how far that works, but I'm sure it worked out quite a bit farther.
Right. It's a directional signal. So they can tune it in, find it, and then use it as their direction and get a heading from it. It's much more sophisticated than that. But that's essentially what it is. It's almost like think of it like a lighthouse, but it's all radio.
Yeah, so satellites weren't invented in the 1940s, so it couldn't possibly be satellites. That's the point.
Yeah.
See, people have this idea that the Earth is curved and that a radio signal will only travel so far because the Earth's in the way. But we know from Marconi that they've sent radio signals 10,000 miles. So that idea is just erroneous. It's not true. Hasn't been true since 1918.
Yeah, and they sent those at low altitude, didn't they? In a straight line.
Yeah, those towers were.
Of course, it's point to point.
Point to point.
Those towers weren't tall, were they? I mean, they were tall, but it's just in the way on top of
Yeah, they were elevated because you have a Fresnel zone. So, like, if you have mountains and trees in the way, like, they'll block the propagation. But
done on coast.
So you have an elevated aerial.
Yeah.
Right, and so how your GPS works, like in your car and on your phone, it doesn't use triangulation. What it does is use something called trilateration. It's essentially using a flat two-dimensional map.
Yes.
So you have all these towers, and they can trilaterate your position, like down to a foot.
Yeah, and just to read from the information within ChatGPT, the GPS or Global Positioning System uses signals, and the system itself is based on assumptions that the Earth is flat and non-rotating plane. The calculations used to determine position assume a fixed distance between the receiver and each of the transmitters. So it doesn't take into account any curvature of the Earth.
This is the genius about this, right? Signal propagation. That if the Earth was a ball, then it should fucking get in the way of this signal propagation, but it doesn't. It didn't then, and it most definitely doesn't now.
Wait, did you tell ChatGPT to debate you, and you've tried to be a Glover? Is that what it was?
Yeah, I did many things like that. I both taught it to be a flat earther, and I debated it and beat it as a flat earther. It's an average globe Earth believer. in its text, basically.
Yeah, but in the photo you sent, you told it to take the position of the flat earther, right?
Oh yeah, essentially.
Yeah. It's funny.
It's GPS is satellites are in orbit. The system itself is based on the assumption that the Earth is a flat, non-rotating plane. That's funny.
I mean, it is, isn't it, right?
Yeah. Because all it's doing is looking up all it's doing is pulling information from the web.
Yeah, no, not really. It has just a bunch of text shoved into it, and it's working based off of the assumptions in that text. So the worse the text is, the worse ChatGPT is.
I haven't used ChatGPT yet. I am looking for. I do have. At one point, I had all the investment companies and stuff. And there's all these with genuine satellite phones. And I can't find the stuff that I had saved. Dang.
Satellite, that word, right? You just chuck it on the front of anything and everybody just goes in their head to space. Right? This thing up there in the vacuum of space, as soon as you say satellite.
Game over. They wouldn't have named it a satellite phone if it wasn't attached to a satellite. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the name proves it's true.
Satellite TV. Right?
Yeah.
Same with science. Stick that word on the front of anything. Scientific. Just use a magic word. Cast your fucking spell.
We here at the Coke plant determined that the best tasting Coke was Coke. And we've named it the best drink. So it's named the best drink, so it's the best drink.
Yeah. You fucking said so.
Yeah.
Great this.
It's literally called a satellite phone. And I think these are the people who are on Twitter with the dumbest takes.
Crazy.
But another question. How do you explain lunar eclipses? I'm sorry.
Well, that's a celestial event in the sky and doesn't really have anything to do with the shape of the Earth.
We can ruin what they say about it in say 5 minutes. But we don't explain it. It's something that's happening in the sky, like Mean just said. It's not relevant to the point of the Earth being flat underneath stuff that happens in the sky. And we can't make claims to what the things in the sky are, right? We can only look at them like everybody else. Do we believe the story that we're told? No, because we can't verify any of that shit. Because we're here on the ground. That's far away.
Does anyone know how the globe has worked out the distance of the sun and its size?
Well, they haven't really because it keeps changing.
Interesting.
I know the first time it was 3 million miles, and then they worked it up to 80, then 84. And right now it was at 106. Right now it's at 93.
Yeah, so they used Huygens' assumptions that Venus was the same size as Earth before, and now a popular method is assuming all of the model and then looking at the sky and the sun moving and the parallax there, and they try to calculate that into existence, but it's not very valid.
So they looked at where the sun's position in the sky, like the angles and stuff?
Yeah, it's an assumption and a calculation based on all the previous assumptions and calculations. Like you would have to take all that into account, and then you can assume it's doing that, but or that assume that as the sun moves, it's due to all this things that you have assumed before. But it's not. There's no verification for it. If you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I get you. So I just gave you a working model mathematically and said,
yes,
it works. So the numbers could be like, for example, the sun could be half the distance away, moving it. Like you could just play with the numbers, and you would eventually get something that works.
So
yeah,
there's another thing too. Is he wasn't operating off of an assumption. He had been scrying and spoke to an angel, and the angel told him that Venus was the same size as Earth. I didn't make this up.
Is he a prophet? Is he a prophet?
No,
seriously.
He's just a dildo-brained, like schizophrenic. That's all he is. But that's what happened. He was communicating with what he believed were angels, and angels told him, and he believed in like all this weird celestial, like pseudo weird, like Christian kind of fusion New Age theology, and is a weirdo. That's how he got the size of Venus. They told him it was the same size as Earth. And so he used that to scale it as it transited the sun and said, the sun is this big. So yeah, crazy person.
Yeah, but where did he get the radius of the Earth?
He didn't.
And a lot of people assume that the people back then were scientists. There was no practical difference between astrology and astronomy.
No, there wasn't. They were one and the same. The purpose of astronomy back then was to like validate, to divinate, to create a mathematical system to more accurately like
they were highly into numbers and repeating cycles.
Right. There was sacred geometry, numerology, and they were all into that. Oh, Professor Phil or Dr. Phil just texted me. Let's see what he said. Mate, you are delusional. What do you expect? The engineers at Garmin and TomTom and Samsung, Apple and Google will tell you if you ask them where do the GPS signals come from for their devices. This is what he's texted me.
Yeah, we already. It's called location services. Anyway.
Yeah, he's a retard.
Meme, have you told them that astronomy and astrology are actually switched around?
No, I haven't.
So what I mean is, what we call astrology is actually astronomy, and what we call astronomy is actually astrology. Did you know that?
I get the.
When you look up the etymology of the two words, you type it in etymology. You type it in etym online. Astrology coming from the Greek, right? Austria logia, the study of the stars. And then, in case of astronomy, Austria or Austria, I forget the Greek word. Nomos. Austria nomos, the governance or the ruling or the influence of the stars. So what they call astronomy today is really astrology, and what they call astrology today is really astronomy.
Got another question, if that's no problem. In the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate the other way around than in the northern hemisphere. How can I explain that?
I'm sorry. I was unbanning Phil. I didn't hear you.
Yeah, no problem. In the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate the other way around than in the northern hemisphere. How can I explain that?
Yeah, that don't happen.
They actually still go the same direction.
You turn around.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but they appear like what they do.
Yeah. If you face north, they look like they're going in one direction. If you face south, they look like they're going in another. It doesn't matter where you are on Earth.
Yeah, but why? If you have to explain them first.
Okay, want me to make up a story? You know it's why.
You don't have to make up a story. It's just geometry. It's looking like it's spinning the other. It looked like it's traveling the opposite direction because you're facing the opposite direction.
Yeah, so let's say you're standing on one side of the road and your friend is standing on the other side of the road, and a car comes from your right and drives by. But to your friend, the car came from his left. Because
left and right is relative.
Yeah, and there's
it seems relative.
Yeah, and there's
left
no
and right of what?
Right, yeah. And there's no point in which none of this is not going east to west. Always.
The only intelligible way to conceive of it from the most macroscopic perspective is like from above or from below, or from afar, so you can see all the stars, right? And which way are they moving? Are they moving westward or eastward? Are they moving left to right or right to left?
So, Manny, doesn't it surprise you, in light of what you were just told, something that's so obvious that if you turn different directions and look in different directions, things appear to move in a different direction? Doesn't it alarm you that this is like a globe proof? That a globe proof is that bad?
Well, yeah.
It's pretty bad, dude. Like that, like out of all things, like that's just like I don't even know what that is, like wizardry and witchcraft or something. Like who are you trying to? Because it sounds good on its face, right? But when you think about it for 2 seconds, it's dumb as shit.
Yeah, that's why I asked, you know.
Well, but we've had. You're not the first person. It's like we've had hundreds of people come in here with this. It's all over YouTube, the web, Twitter, like you name it. With this topic, why do stars rotate one way in the southern hemisphere and another way in the northern hemisphere? They don't. You just turn around.
I mean, you've answered it, and it makes sense. So I just wanted it answered, and you got.
No, he's not attacking you. He's not attacking you.
I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying it should bring you pause, like the quality of the evidence, right? So what is the actual quality of the globe evidence? It's horrible. They say things like, if the other planets are around, why isn't the Earth around? That's evidence for something. That's dumb. That's a non sequitur. It doesn't even make logical sense.
I'm not trying to be nitpicky, but to thoroughly articulate the valid point that Indio made, all right, it's not the evidence that's wrong, because it's the empirical data. It's the argument that is interpreting the evidence that is poor.
Yeah, they're like really bad shamans who think everything's an omen. That's really what they're like. They're like shamans. They're like, every single thing that exists is proof of what they believe. Every single thing, like a grain of sand.
Whoever asked that question, like, don't be afraid to ask questions. Like, he wasn't attacking you. He was just trying to get you to think, like, how can a main argument against the flat Earth be so simple to answer? That's the point he was trying to make. So keep asking questions.
It's a problem. It's the problem. Like, I just wanted it answered like in a simple way, and that's a good way to answer it.
Yeah, like, great stuff, man.
Like the analogy of a car driving like on the road, it's like the perfect way to describe it. So no problem. I got you.
Yeah,
in fact, furthermore, about that point, once you give yourself pause and contemplate geometrically this question, this would be the case even on the surface of a sphere. What we said is the same thing that would apply on the surface of a sphere, looking up at the so-called celestial sphere.
Yeah. So also, as far as I'm aware, with the southern stars, there isn't like is there a center fixed point? There is no like in the north, you have one star, everything rotates. In the south, to work out the south star location, they tell you to look at these other stars and try and triangulate it. But it's like, it's nothing like how the north is. It's different.
Yeah. What's it named? Octanus Invisibilis?
Yeah.
Is it really named that?
No, but the oct something. But I just call it Octanus Invisibilis because
Octanus Cantus or something.
It's
Yeah.
Sigma Octanus.
Yeah, Sigma Octanus.
Good luck trying to get a picture of it.
It's super Sigma because it just stays out of the way and does its own thing.
The southern stars are just not like the south. That's the point.
Which is also very inconsistent of them, because they themselves describe the stars as it appears to us as not appearing as they actually are, especially given their exorbitant distances. We have the so-called redshift, so the color that we see isn't really the color that they are. So they themselves admit that what we see is not them as they really are, undistorted, right? But then when we acknowledge the fact that same fact that what we see is not necessarily the noumenon itself, it's a phenomenon, but not the noumenon itself, the object as it really is. So we can't go by the phenomenal prima facie appearance to make it an interpretation. Then they cry foul. But it's okay for them to appeal to that same fact.
Also, I'm pretty sure you can work out your longitude and latitude using the North Stars, but you can't do it with the Southern, correct?
Correct.
That's interesting as well. Why is that? It's a question.
Hey, that's why
we all decided that when the North Star is 45 degrees above the horizon, we're on 45 latitude. We just all decided that.
Yeah. But the other way, it doesn't work. When you flip it the other way, facing south, it doesn't work.
Another inconsistency on their part is they're not consistent with what is obviously a very improbable endeavor to complete when trying to gain knowledge about these supposed humongous balls of solid, liquid, and gas at these unfathomable distances in the so-called cosmic vacuum. Is it at all even within the realm of human capability that we can get especially as much information as they suppose that they have about these bodies? They love to talk about probability. This is probable, this is not probable, this is improbable, yada, yada, yada. They don't consider the probability issue as it concerns the very endeavor that they claim to do, especially with all the obstacles that they claim are there.
Professor Phil has said, or Dr. Phil, I'm sorry, he has said, I would love to join, but they are shit scared of me, so I'm permanently banned.
Yeah, we're so scared. I have him on here on a podcast. He's on Helios channel. Yeah, we're so scared. So scared of embarrassing him.
I told him no one is scared of you. I'm admin. I already unbanned you. Everyone wants you to join.
Oh yes.
Come on, Dr. Phil. Come on, Dr. Phil. We'll talk to you like this the whole time because we know you're a good TV doctor.
Yo, guys, I've got another question.
Oh, sure.
If I may ask, I was once like in the garden of my friend, and we were drinking a couple of beers, and we were looking to the night sky, and we saw some couple of lights. I don't know if I can post a picture in a channel to like I looked it up on Google, and it's pretty like it's this thing what I looked like, and it were a couple of lights like shooting through stars, like what you imagine what satellites look like. It were lights in a straight line, like one after another, like for a minute or so. And what I've learned is that satellites are like flying in balloons, and these lights that I saw, I just want to know what they are really like. What you think that they are? I don't know if you can post a picture.
Yeah, you can post a picture. I gave you the link in Bedroll.
All right, where do I have to look? Post
It's the channel right above this. It says live stream voice text.
Look. Interview voice text I got, but yeah. All right, I got it. I'll post it. It's like not exactly like that. Like just imagine 1/3 of the lights. It's not that many, but like 1/3 of the lights, and they were just falling through the sky. You could just see them for a couple of seconds, but stay where they are. Definitely.
You sure it was a couple seconds, or are you just making shit up?
No. It just really was like a couple of seconds, like 5 seconds. I don't know. It was just like 1.5 years ago, but this is the first time I really got to ask my question to a couple of guys that like in the sports channel. I really haven't had a chance to be in a sports channel with that much guys that really have like the knowledge to answer these questions.
Yeah, like, is this circling the Earth too? I just posted an image in live stream voice text. Is this thing circling the Earth? Is this a bunch of satellites in a formation?
Yeah, but I mean, what were these? Like, I live.
No, you tell me what this is.
Yeah, these are drones.
How do you know?
Well, I know these light shows and stuff from YouTube and Instagram.
So how is that any different than what you posted?
These light shows you posted, so like in...
No, the light show you posted.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? Like this image you posted, these are drones like in 300 meters above, and that's what I saw. It's
Okay,
like...
So how high are the lights that you posted?
Like, not airplane high, but like helicopter high. You know?
How do you know they're not airplane height? How do you know they're not like 350 feet off the ground?
Because it looks like it.
It looks like it. What about it looks like a certain height?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, you know exactly what I mean. You can't tell the height or distance to an object simply by looking at it.
I mean,
in addition, with the fact that Indio's point is twofold. Indio's point number one is a reductio ad absurdum, a reduced to absurdity argument. He's saying that he's arguing the same way you are, and you then conceded that the way he argued, which is the same way you argued, doesn't inform us, the observer, that these lights are at any particular height, let alone at any particular height above a ball. So the same thing applies to this photo that you posted. And secondly, he's exposing that this is a weak inductive argument, that this data alone does not indicate, it doesn't strongly, let alone necessarily necessitate the concluding premise that it is at any given height above the face of the Earth, or any supposed height above the face of the Earth, and it doesn't indicate that it's above a ball.
Like, I don't like want to... sorry for my English, I need to find words. I don't want to argue that it's above ball. I just want to argue that the picture.
So what we're telling you basically is that your opinion about it is an opinion. It's subjective. You're basing your opinion based upon some other shit you see on the internet that says, hey, if you see these lights, this is a bunch of satellites in space. Now, if you would have saw the picture below and someone would have said the goddamn same thing, you would have thought that was a satellite in space. But what you can tell objectively from the photo is absolutely nothing. Can't tell how big they are, can't tell how far they are, can't tell how fast they're going.
Yeah, my thing is that, like, if I see these drones, like, there are light shows and shit you can see all around the world.
How do you know they're light shows? Because somebody told you. Aren't you getting it? If somebody told you the reverse, if somebody told you your image was the light show and the bottom image was the satellite, you'd believe that.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get your point.
Yeah.
I mean, I get your point, but these drones that I see in your picture that you posted are, like, obviously in our...
But that's beside the point. The point is, regardless of you knowing what these items are in Indio's picture, your argument does not strongly support your concluding premise or anyone's concluding premise. When you appeal to that picture you posted, it's a weak inductive appeal. And by your reasoning, if you reason that way, you also can't know anything that's in Indio's picture either. That's the point. It's just a weak inductive appeal.
Yeah, I mean, but just look from my perspective. Like, I was just sitting with my friend in the garden, and I just see these lights. Like, it was in the middle of the night. I just see these lights flying by.
Okay.
And if he says, "Yeah, damn man, these are satellites," what do I gotta tell him? Yeah, these are flying drones that
But the thing is, why did he think they were satellites? Because somebody told him that.
Yeah, but
basically, your argument is someone told us a story about these lights. Prove their story wrong.
If I had believed in, if my worldview was I believed in aliens, how would I interpret lights in the sky?
So the people that are living in the Amazon rainforest and they don't have TV, they don't have radio, or in Africa or any other very remote place that they don't have access to the information you have. What do you think they think about them?
Look, so you guys say these.
Why won't you just answer the question? What do you think they think about them?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I just want to know.
What if someone from another tribe comes to them and says, "Those are freaking demons that are flying out of some other third tribe's body"?
I get your
flying
point.
into space.
These are lights in the sky.
It's your worldview that informs you.
Yeah, but you say
they are lights
and drones that I saw.
No, I'm not saying they're drones. I'm saying you can't distinguish between drones and satellites.
Yeah, but you think satellites will do this?
Wait, I don't understand why you keep arguing. Don't you understand this has been refuted? This is a weak inductive appeal.
Technically, an appeal to authority.
We're not denying that the lights that you saw lights. We admit there's lights there. None of us know what they are, including you.
No, no. I'm not arguing in that way. I just want to know what you think these lights were. Like,
no clue.
No
clue.
Okay.
I have a response for him. So, firstly, the picture that Indigo sent, I mean, obviously they're drones, right? But let's say you take away all the lights and you just leave one light, right? So you saw the photo he sent. Just imagine it's one light, one dot. Can you identify if that's a drone, how high it is, how far it is? If it's just one light, one dot. Can you do that?
I don't think I can, no.
Okay, you can only say it's a drone because you can see it's a nice show and the way they're positioned. But if it's just one dot, one light, you don't know how high it is, how bright the light is. Secondly, let's say, how high do they say satellites are in their understanding of model?
Well, do you know? I don't know.
So they say that they are about between 160 to 2,000 kilometers high. Okay. How big do they say satellites are?
Well, I don't know.
They say 50 meters. Okay. How fast do they say satellites are moving?
Don't tell me. I don't know. I just really want to know what
yeah. I'm saying, so they say satellites are moving at 17,000 miles per hour. So if you think about it, if a satellite is only 15 meters wide and it's 1,000 kilometers above you, moving at 17,000 miles per hour, how can you see it with the naked eye?
Well, I don't know. That's what I was just asking.
Yeah, so I don't think it can be a satellite because of the math they give you. If it's moving at 17,000 miles per hour, is 1,000, let's just say 1,000 kilometers high and only 50 meters wide. Now, what happens when things get further away from you? They get smaller, right?
Yeah.
So if the satellite is only 50 meters wide and 1,000 kilometers away from you, moving at 17,000 miles per hour, how can you see it with the naked eye?
Well, obviously, I can't.
So have a think about that. If they're the mechanics they're giving you for satellites, it can't be a satellite, what you're seeing.
At the very least, what Kevin did is reduce their position to absurdity. Given their premises that they suppose, it necessitates the conclusion that you could not see what they suppose you can see. Their position is incoherent.
Well, I don't even know if they say you can see satellites from the naked eye. It's just that people assume you can. But the point is, you shouldn't be able to see a satellite that has those properties and distances and size and speeds. So it can't be that.
Yeah, well, whoever says this, be it the professionals or the commoners, the position is incoherent.
I mean, thank you, guys. Like, I just wanted to know what these lights were. But,
it's really even hard. It's hard for us to know. But I just proved to you it can't be a satellite if you really think about it.
Yeah, I mean,
look at how high they are. look at how high they are, how big they are, and how fast they move. You can maybe do some math, think about it, and ask yourself if you could see it with the naked eye. Because 17,000 miles per hour, think about how fast that is, and how can you see it with your eye when it's so small and so far?
So, Prof. Phil, you there?
What's up, Professor Phil?
Well, just to hammer this home, there's nothing we can say about these lights that's objective without measurements. We're just speculating. We didn't make them. We're not flying them. Like, we don't have any firsthand knowledge of their operation or use. We have secondhand claims, self-serving secondhand claims at that, and just seeing a light in the sky. What can be said objectively about it? Not much, other than we see a light in the sky.
Hello.
I just want to drive this point we just concluded home. 17,000 miles per hour, supposedly. I'm about to post a link from metricconversions.org. Mach 19. That's the highest Mach on this chart. Mach 19 is 14,462 miles per hour. So supposedly this satellite is traveling at higher than Mach 19.
It's 50 meters wide and minimum 1,000 kilometers away, and you can see it with your naked eye. Does it make sense?
It's reflecting sunlight. That's why you can see it.
Yes, but we're talking about the speed and its size and its distance.
The speed works out perfectly. You need to do the mathematics.
What do you mean it works out perfectly?
With the naked eye.
Absolutely, 100%. In fact, satellites that are much lower than that, like the ISS, you can see them perfectly. The people take photographs of them as they cross the moon. You can see the satellite.
Yeah.
You can see the satellite, and that satellite is only 400 kilometers away.
Is it?
I mean, the other satellites you're talking about are like 500 miles away.
Because you know how big it is.
So the satellite can travel at 3,000 miles per hour.
About 10 times faster than
you can clearly hear him in the middle of the sentence. Exercise some self-control. So the satellite can supposedly travel at 3,000 miles per hour faster than Mach 19, and the fastest aircraft, or at least the fastest aircraft speed, once you Google it, the quick snippet says the fastest aircraft is the North American X-15, and it travels at Mach 7.
Yep. So?
And if that thing zooms by, and I believe it's much bigger than the satellite, supposedly. You can barely see it.
Well, it can be. Satellites can be really, really small. Some of them are
Just so you guys know, satellites are moving about, I think, 15 times faster than a bullet.
About 10 times faster than a fighter jet.
Let's use bullet as a
All right, fine. Yeah, about 17,500 miles per hour.
So what's your justification for saying that?
They're very far away.
What is your justification for saying that this satellite with these supposed mathematical facts about it would be so conspicuous with the naked eye?
Well, I'm not saying it's very conspicuous. You still have to, it takes some effort to see them, and some of them you'll need a telescope or a zoom camera to actually see them. For instance, you can see the ISS very faintly when the sun's shining on it, reflected light. But hang on, you let me finish now. So you can see the ISS, but I mean, if you get a zoom camera, you can take a photograph of it. Okay, so you can actually take a photograph of the actual ISS. And not only that, there's many flat earthers who have taken photographs of this ISS passing the moon. You can see how fast it's going.
Okay, you're supposing that it is possible. What is your justification?
What do you mean the justification?
Do you have any additional premises to support your premise?
Well, I mean, if you want to, if you don't believe my word for it, call Garmin or TomTom or one of those people that have GPS satellites that are 12,000 kilometers away. They'll tell you where the signals come from for their devices. They're the ones who make who make these devices that you put in your cart so that you can see where you're going.
Okay, so you reference me to some other persons to give me the premises I'm asking you to give me.
Well, I can only tell you where the satellite is, that it comes from satellite, but they can give you some actual details. They can tell you which K band, which L band, and all that sort of jazz. Those signals come on.
I really don't believe you're so deficient in acumen to understand what I just. I don't believe you're so. I don't believe you're so deficient in acumen to recognize what I just did.
I heard exactly what you said and understood it perfectly.
Okay, so then you realize that your appeal in answering my question is an appeal to authority fallacy.
No, it's those people are the authorities. That's
it's an appeal to authority fallacy. I asked you to tell me what is your justification for your concluding premise. Your answer to me was to say, go talk to them.
If your doctor tells you you have cancer or something like that, is that an appeal to authority?
That doesn't justify your concluding premise.
No, it's not.
You haven't given me a justification for your concluding premise.
Yes, I have. I told you.
No, you haven't. You said go talk to them.
GPS works by satellites.
You're repeating the concluding premise again.
There is no document on this planet that will tell you that GPS works.
Digging in your heels and repeating the premise that you have failed to justify does not justify it.
I'm just using my language. You're entitled to use yours, of course. You can call it what you.
You are repeating a premise you have failed to justify.
No. This is my language. My language is the place where I'm standing on. That's a planet. You are talking, giving premises that you have yet to justify.
No, I can easily prove that it's a planet. That's easy. Okay, so if it's so easy, then actually give me objective, specific premises to support the concluding premise. Don't tell me go talk to them. I'm not talking to them right now. I'm talking to you.
I'm asking you to talk to them because they are the experts in.
So then you don't have an argument. You telling me to go talk to them because they supposedly have the argument that you evidently don't.
I have an argument about satellites.
Professor Phil,
they have an argument about specific satellites.
Dr. Phil, there is documentation. It's called assisted GPS. You are wrong.
Assisting GPS. How are they assisting GPS?
Yes, it's how your cell phone determines where you are because it's carrying.
What do you mean? What do you mean by assisting GPS?
It means
you know what it means, don't you?
Oh well, if you're just going to talk over me.
Yes, I will. It doesn't mean what you're saying.
You asked me a question and then talked over me. Why? Right as I was.
You didn't let me finish what I was saying.
Why did you do that?
You didn't let me finish what I was saying.
Well, I was talking first.
Go ahead. Okay. I'll wait for you.
See, everything is already mapped out. And everything is already in the network. And they just use the towers to trilaterate your position.
Damn, you just gonna kill Goofy like that?
Done. And they call it a system. Yes. That is how the GPS on your phone works.
I know I'm not. I'm loud as fuck.
No, it does not.
Your phone doesn't have the power to reach a satellite.
Yes, it does. The signal comes from the satellite.
Holy shit.
The signals come.
Shit. So there's a satellite just for you, beaming straight at you?
Can I talk now?
No. Is there a satellite beaming at you, beaming the signal at you right now?
There's satellites beaming the signal all over the world.
All over? Oh!
Yes.
So there's an array up there? Hold on. There's an array up there?
Oh, yes.
Oh! Show us.
Of course there's an array.
Show us.
There's hundreds of them.
Show us.
Well, I'm going to show you here.
You're not going to show anybody anywhere.
So you have a bad habit of boldly proclaiming concluding premises without having any justification for them.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, but there are
Mr. Phil,
thousands.
Mr. Phil, you are one big claim. You are one big claim. You don't have.
Why don't you Google how many GPS satellites are there?
Why don't
Why
you
don't you do
justify
it?
your concluding premises for
I'm
once?
driving.
Sorry,
You do
hold
it.
on.
I'm driving.
Guys,
You do it.
where does the final signal come from to get to your phone? Where does that come from?
The satellites are always broadcasting their position.
No, you're not answering the question.
Do you want to
Why
just
the
let me
fuck
finish?
do we need cell phone
finish
towers,
answering the
Phil?
question?
Phil, why do we need cell phone towers?
For cell phones.
Don't.
Now,
Well,
Can
you
I-
just
can
said
I-
they're satellites. You just said the cell signal comes from satellites.
And they
Can
reach
I-
all over the world, you said.
can I finish, please?
No, I want you to answer that. Do we use cell towers? Are they a conspiracy? Are they fake? What is it?
No, cell towers are for cell phones.
Really? And,
Yeah, absolutely.
what is it that's trilaterating your
more than-
position through them?
A lot more than
How
cell
do they get your position? How do they know where to send the signal?
They don't. They're broadcasting
Yes,
it like a
do,
radio.
because
They don't?
triangulate
They
the
don't do
position
the
from
function that they're
tower.
designed to do?
They triangulate the position from the tower.
When you go outside in your car and you put your radio on, when you go and put your
Okay, guys,
radio
can
on,
we slow down? Yeah, one at a time.
when you go and let me finish, please, just for once.
Oh.
Now, when you go and put your radio on in the car and you put dial in FM or whatever you like, does that signal come directly to you, or is that signal broadcast to everybody simultaneously?
Sorry. It's where, hold on. It's where it's broadcast from. Where's it broadcast from, Phil?
Well, in this, the radio comes from a radio tower, obviously.
Awesome. Where does the signal come from? Hold on. Where does this? I'll be quick. Where does the signal come to reach your phone?
For a cell phone, it comes from the cell tower.
Okay.
From a GPS for GPS in your car, it comes from a satellite.
No, it works on the same network as your phone.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
All the phone does is from time to time.
No. Phil. Do you understand what trilateral?
I guarantee you, if you take
Phil, please. Phil,
if you take no, listen to me. I didn't finish.
Politely.
I didn't finish. Okay, I'll let you go. Go on.
Thank you. Are we talking about trilateration, Phil? And we're getting signals.
Actually, it's more than twice. There's four satellites actually it takes to really get you.
Okay, but we need to understand where we're sending these signals. All right, the radio is just broadcasting the signal to everybody. Okay.
Yeah, so it's satellites.
We understand that we're working on a ping premise, right? Sender, receiver, getting signals back, time, and all of that type of stuff, right? From where's that signal come from to reach its final destination? You. Whatever device you are using, whether it's your radio, tower, mobile phone, tower, final signal comes to you from the tower.
No. I don't have a SIM card.
Now, because now we're in a car, we're not using the same network that it's always been used and it's based on. We're going to invoke a satellite, right?
So when you get in your car,
the final signal comes to you from the fucking earth.
You said right. I presume that means you're asking me to respond. Are you?
I mean, I'm finished, mate.
Okay.
How are you going to respond to that? I don't know.
Okay, so let me explain. When you get in your car and you forget your mobile phone at home, your cell phone at home, you don't have a SIM card. You've got no way from your car to reach a cell tower. No way. However, your GPS will still work.
It's not true. It's not true. What's the thing hanging out the back of most cars these days, or just perched in by the back passenger window? An aerial, right? Now, you telling me that aerial is getting a signal from space because it's different from a phone with a fucking aerial radio with a fucking aerial?
That aerial doesn't carry the satellite signal. That comes just straight to your car, through the roof, if you like.
Where does the final signal come from, Phil? Why is it different? Why are we now getting signals from space? Why is it when we go out to sea? Hold on, why is it we go out to sea, right? And we're away from coastlines, away from this system, these towers that have always existed, that we've used always, because that's why they're fucking there. Why are you denying that they're fucking there and that we used them? Why have you got to invoke this place called space because of the word satellites?
Oh, look, you're getting a bit upset now. You shouldn't be.
No, I'm not upset. This is fun.
How come
You're starting to sweat.
How come my GPS doesn't work when I lose cell signal?
It does.
It does.
You're joking. You're dreaming, buddy. Yes, it does.
Dreaming. I'm not.
No, you're not. You just made that up.
No, I don't. I didn't make that up. Every time I drive from Georgia to South Carolina, there's about a 30-minute gap where there's no signal at all. Zero.
There's no chance that there'll be no satellite anywhere on the United States.
Signal. There is no GPS.
United States is seriously covered by GPS. There is no place, no spot on the United States at all where there will not be satellite coverage.
Hold on.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
It is, because usually, especially in this country, the UK, right, we lose signal because of hills and valleys and shit. Now, you got fucking mountains.
Mountains will not stop you from getting a satellite.
Oh, yes, they will. When you go into hilly terrain and so on, you will lose fucking signal because you were getting the signal from the fucking ground, which is now getting in the fucking way.
No, not a chance.
It's got to come from the.
So you're obviously blind about your approach to the conversation.
You made that up.
He's either never been outside
typical of flat Earth.
lying.
You make up.
This is a man in denial. This is a guy in denial.
No, you're making it up.
Phil,
Evidently, Phil, you're blind as to the asinine poor quality of your approach.
You're saying people do not lose signal. You're a liar.
No, you're making it up,
Phil,
buddy.
you're lying.
Shut up, Phil. Shut up, Phil.
I mean, Phil, you really you wonder why you've been banned repeatedly.
You said that we don't lose signal. You just said we don't lose signal.
I did lose signal at my door, at my house.
You can lose the signal for a satellite momentarily.
Every time I go out to the islands, there's a dead zone. Every single time.
It's not a dead zone. If you wait and you get your all 4 satellites, you will get a satellite signal.
You know the exact position every time your signal's going to go out every day, any time of day.
It's
you know
not your
exactly
signal.
where it is. It's the identical spot every single time.
It's not your signal. It's broadcast from the satellite.
Phil.
And when 4 of them get together, and when
you sunstroked troglodyte, you're not listening. Okay?
Come on, just relax.
You're not listening. Phil, repeat back to me what I said.
You called me a troglodyte.
Okay, but repeat back to me what I said about when the signal
I didn't hear the rest of it because I heard that.
You didn't hear anything else because you heard that? You forgot?
Yeah.
You forgot?
No, I didn't forget. Didn't hear it.
Okay, so you can repeat it back to me what I had said, or you weren't listening.
No, you said I was the troglodyte. I didn't hear that.
Before that I said, before that. What did I say?
A whole bunch of other rubbish.
A whole bunch of rubbish. So when I said what I said was
you said that you don't get us. You said that you don't get us.
You can clearly hear him in the middle of his sentence.
Why are you so afraid? Why are you so afraid?
I'm not. What am I afraid of?
Now let me ask you something. Why does the signal cut out at the exact same spot every day, any time of day, day or night? It's always the same spot. Why?
It doesn't.
It does.
Justify saying it doesn't.
It does.
You prove it to me.
No, you prove your concluding premise.
Phil,
No,
why do you
I don't
think
have
they
to.
advertise their networks the way they advertise them? Like Verizon has a map of its signal. Sprint has a map of its signal.
Yeah, Phil knows full and well that he's not even.
You don't have to prove it. It's apparent. And everybody who's ever had a cell phone has experienced this.
Are you on a road?
I'm on a road right now.
Right. Then you're going to have a satellite signal.
No, I do not have a satellite signal in my car, buddy.
Well, maybe you don't have any satellite device in your car then. I do.
Yeah, so what? Yeah, in my Mercedes I have a satellite device in my car, but I'm in my Ford.
Well, good. My Mercedes certainly has a satellite signal, so I would concur with you.
Guys, it was like he was trying to get to it. He was trying to get to that part where he can say my
Mercedes.
Mercedes.
Yeah, my Mercedes.
Phil, you are such an you're so cringe, man. You are
I was
never
just,
going to
I was pulling your leg, all right, because you said that.
Yeah. No, I said
You
that
took-
because
you took-
I remember you.
You took
And
the
my-
bait.
No. You said, well, you've got satellite in your car.
Of course.
And you said, well, in my car, the satellite.
I was saying, who doesn't have satellite in their car?
Phil, you are the one person who can't be a snob. Come on. You are like 5,000 years old, Phil. You cannot be a snob.
I am nearly that old.
Yes. So
I'm
let's
pretty
not
old.
let's not pull out our dicks. I'll win. Let's just move on from that. Say, I don't have a satellite in this vehicle.
Okay, well, go get you. Why don't you? Why don't you have a satellite in your vehicle?
Because I don't want that in my vehicle. I like my old
Okay.
stuff.
Oh, fair enough. Okay.
I like my
You
old
you like the book? You read a book, do you, to get your directions?
Do I read a book to get my directions? No.
Like look at a map.
I get my GPS through my phone, and I just put it up on my dash.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're still using a satellite then? Yeah.
How am I using a satellite if the signal cuts out?
Well, you might
Wait,
have a
wait,
faulty,
just to clarify,
you might have a faulty device, but that doesn't stop
Night
the
or
satellite.
I'm on my phone.
Any time of day or night, same spot, it drops out. Why?
It's not because of it's not because of a cellular.
No, because of the cell towers, the carrier. I'm on Verizon. And Verizon doesn't cover
Nothing to do with
that
it.
4-mile
Nothing
gap.
to do with it.
4-mile gap on the islands.
Do you want me to show you how you can prove it to yourself? The next time you get on your cell phone, all right. What I'd like you to do is to put it in airplane mode.
Airplane mode, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then go out and then see if you can get your satellite to work. I guarantee you it'll work.
Holy shit!
Look at the Amazon. They now installed cell towers to not lose GPS.
Why do we have cell towers, Phil?
For cell phones, for the cell phone network.
Okay.
Not for satellites.
So we don't use the satellites to communicate with. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you had a satellite phone, you would, but you don't.
No. Do our phones, any of them, use satellites?
You probably wouldn't have a satellite phone if you can't if you can't afford a GPS. You can't afford a satellite phone.
Not about dick swinging and what you can fucking afford. Idiot.
You wouldn't have a satellite phone. I'll bet any money on that.
So ad homitak, you wouldn't. What the
Phil,
fuck?
you are the littlest dick in here. You really are.
Sorry,
you are the littlest dick.
Oh God, you're so easy.
All of the anti-flirt
So easily triggered.
the littlest dick there is.
You're so easily triggered.
No, I'm not triggered. I feel bad for you.
I'm toying with you.
Right now, Phil, what's happening right now is I feel cringe for you.
I'm toying with you.
I feel schadenfreude for you. I feel embarrassed for you.
No, you should feel
This is not anger. I am in shock. I am in shock that someone is so unaware of themselves as you are. Like everything you say is embarrassing. I would literally rather be dead than ever utter some of the things you do.
Just relax, okay?
So embarrassing, Phil. You are the most embarrassing human I have ever experienced in any of this.
I'm sure you think that. Just relax, okay?
No, Phil, you can tell yourself all you want. You really can.
Okay. In a nutshell, the satellite signals do come from a satellite. That's why they're called satellite, and that's where GPS comes from. Okay.
That's not where GPS comes from.
Yes, it does.
No.
What you can call Garmin or TomTom or Apple or Samsung or any of those people.
I'll get the canned answer that their PR department gives to everybody.
No, ring the engineers.
Why would I do that?
Well, so you can ask them because you're interested in that.
No, why would I do that when I can measure the surface of the Earth is flat?
Why don't you just ring them up and?
Why would I do that when I can just measure the surface of the Earth is flat? Why would I do that?
Because you can't do that.
Oh, we haven't?
No.
Okay, take some of our results and refute.
I saw that. I don't think I haven't looked at your stuff.
You guys hearing this guy? He hasn't looked at the stuff.
Yeah, I have.
Right.
Of course, I'm hearing him.
You just said you
the
did.
one justification for his premise he had.
Okay, listen, I've got to go. I do have to go to work, and even though it's a Sunday over here, a Sunday afternoon. So I'm going to shoot through, but I always enjoy talking to you. And frankly, I'm not interested in being, we could just be friends. We don't have to be enemies.
This is even worse than being genuinely hostile. You're pretending to be friendly and cordial.
Phil, go have fun. It's always fun when you're in here.
Okay, we'll see you next time. All right,
we'll see you.
Okay.
This is shameful.
He thinks I'm mad, and I love it.
He turned around at the end and said he was bullshitting us.
Yeah,
I'm not telling you. I'm lying to you. Yeah, I've just been lying to you. Yeah.
That's all I want. That's all I want.
I mean, but seriously, what a dick.
Yeah, well, just for the record, I posted a differential GPS map in the. It's a coverage map. Differential GPS are ground towers, admittedly. It's a coverage map of the United States.
See, guys, I was good. I went to her house, dropped it off, and came back. I didn't stay.
You didn't
It's just a cop-out answer. Oh, I was just joking. Because he knows full and well if we gave Felicia's arguments that he knew how to refute, he would latch on to them with salivating at the mouth.
Yeah, that's what he likes to do. He tries to exasperate you to the point where you're just like just give him an answer, and then he latches.
Exasperate. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, exacerbate. Did I say?
It's definitely.
You were trying to say that.
Okay.
Exacerbator.
I could tell.
Little aphasia of the brain there.
Hey, Meme, just call Buzz Aldrin and ask him how he went to the moon.
Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Travis Walton and ask him how he was sucked up by aliens.
Fire in the sky.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? One time I saw a UFO. I don't believe in aliens. I don't know what the hell I saw.
Is Professor Phil actually credentialed, or no?
Oh,
He claims it, but I doubt it. He's made too many errors.
Yeah, he's made so many errors. He probably is like it's like some office thing where yes, I'm the assistant manager. You mean assistant to the manager?
Wait a minute, Gregory is not aware of the CV of Mr. PP.
Oh, Gregory, you haven't argued with Professor Phil before, have you?
Not really. I mean, I've heard him before, but I haven't
You didn't do
I haven't done it as extensively as I did tonight.
Yeah.
Okay, let me fill you in. So, Mr. PP, Professor Phil for short, has launched satellites into space himself. Now, what that really means is he fiddled a joystick while he watched numbers on a screen because he did the math for the trajectories or whatever the heck he claims to have done. He also supposedly worked with the India Space Organization to launch the Chandrayaan missions, one of which he crashed. He's a very prolific highlights of his career.
And he's in here talking to us. He's in here talking to us like that. You think about it, right? He's supposed to be somebody of maybe a little bit of he's done something, right? And he comes in here and he talks to us like that, just making declarations based on what he thinks he's doing.
Especially in light of him saying that if what AI said is what PP said about himself, and then he says, go ask the engineers at this and that company that deals with radio signals. Well, why don't you just tell me what you know since you are so prolific and so hands-on in this area?
He doesn't know anything. So yeah, straight away he's relying on this authority because he believes all of the shit to be true. Right? He's either one, so in depth with it, and just this type of fucking personality. He likes to swing his fucking Mercedes around, for example, right? He's done that a few times. This is the way he goes. He wouldn't be able to afford it, for example. All of these little things that he likes to slip in. Right? He thinks he's toying with us. Right? Seriously? Or some other nefarious fucking reason. Right? It's either he's got that type of personality, he's in this industry, and this is where this industry will take some people off into this fantasy that to them is, yeah, I'll buy into this 100%.
It's kind of like the delusional rhetoric when someone has their favorite sports team and they talk about we, but they aren't on the field or the court or the ice.
Yeah, he's a fucking supporter.
Yes, yes, but you see, what you forget is that if you create a fantasy league, then you pick the players that are on your team. And so then the real players that are out there do their thing, and then you apply them to your fantasy team, and then it becomes yours, like a LARP. So my theory is that Professor Phil is just a high-class LARPer.
I concur, based upon the things he said that are just so wrong.
The Julia Roberts of LARPing.
Yeah,
the pretty woman.
You know that movie, The Ringer, where what's his name, Johnny Knoxville pretends to be a tard. It's kind of like that.
And I can safely assume that he's attempted multiple times over the past several years to give genuine arguments in a genuine effort to refute flat earthers, right?
I mean, he comes from what he gives us a really deep meaning, but it's fucking shallow because he never says anything. That conversation didn't go anywhere. He just makes his declarations. Trying his best to finish what he's saying, and within everything he's saying, he's making declarations, poisoning the well, relying on authorities, begging. It doesn't matter where this guy goes. He's just, like we said. He's coming in here for a reason, and he thinks he can fuck around. He thinks he can muck around with us because he's doing this. I mean, it was like the Indian Space Agency, right? I mean, if he's like in some way part of the mechanism, then the entire mechanism is fucking true, right?
Does anybody recognize what the picture in his PFP is?
Him.
That's his face?
Yeah, it's called colorized or something.
Yeah, he's got a YouTube channel. You could go watch some of his commentary or critiques.
Yeah, bring a barf bag.
If you were so inclined, you could also theoretically enroll in one of his courses online. He teaches online courses to international students through an e-university or on behalf of universities that have e-programs.
See, we're not his target. Goldber's are his target. He's making sure people don't leave the cult, and he's like part of their little Goldberg anti-flat earther clique, where he had, because they believe that he is a professor of something. They follow him around like little puppies. They're trying to latch on, like, oh, this is an authority. I'm going to latch on to him and use his authority by proxy or something.
If I remember correctly, that's how his attitude when he first came into the server. He was trying to, and I think he still does in the way that he speaks to some people, tries to educate. Right, whether it was first with us, right? He was turning around trying to educate us, coming from this authoritative standpoint, and it wasn't working. And then he kind of changed into this. I don't know.
He started the whole topic this way. He started his YouTube channel this way. I remember when he, like, quote unquote came onto the scene, and it was the same thing. But whatever, dude. His little act, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
He lost me when he said Rayleigh's criterion had nothing to do with angles, and when he said that, it's literally the first variable in the formula is the angle. The angle equals, wavelength times 1.66 divided by the diameter of a lens. right? He said it had nothing to do with angles, even though that's exactly what you're trying to figure out in the first place. So, like when you say you make a very fundamental error like that, and you're supposed to have a PhD in physics, come on, man. You just lost all credibility. It's like a baseball player not knowing what a baseball bat is.
Yeah. And that's what he does as well. He denies anything that we, flat earthers, would necessarily ever say to him. So, no. Listen to me. No, not even listen to me, listen to them.
And reading Professor Phil trying to explain GPS to Kevin is painful. Or where is this Kevin kid? Kevin, what the heck, bro?
Was that actually an explanation? He didn't really explain how it worked because he doesn't know.
Well, Kevin is just having a hard time understanding.
No, I'm just trying to figure out what he's saying.
It don't matter what he's saying, dude. That's what you need to figure out.
He said you can go on airplane mode and see the GPS, but I'm saying, how do you access this so-called GPS system on your phone?
Dude, pay attention, okay?
Yeah.
The only thing that's broadcast in a GPS system, regardless of where it comes from, is just timing coordinate data. Okay, your device that picks up this data, right, then takes it as a coordinate and applies it to a map set, whatever map set your device has. Now, that device might be getting that map set live from the internet. It might already have it pre-downloaded. Back in the day when GPS systems in cars were, like systems you had to purchase separately, you had to get a little chip and you'd plug it into the machine and it had to be updated so often. That had the map in it. So it just takes that coordinate data, applies it to the map data, and then gives you a graphical representation of where you are. They're two separate things.
No, I got that, but he said...
Yeah, go ahead.
He said that Google Maps uses the internet. It doesn't use GPS. So I asked him, what other app actually uses GPS? I'm just calling him out on what he said.
He said Google Maps doesn't use GPS?
It uses internet. So I said, okay, what mapping system what app on my phone do I need to use for it to be GPS based? I'm just trying to figure out what he's saying.
There's a false dichotomy in that assertion.
It's freaking wrong too. So what if I use a VPN that leaves the that goes up to the internet from Singapore? Am I going to get like my GPS coordinates in Singapore? He doesn't know what he's talking about.
He's saying you can be on airplane mode and access the GPS system, and then when I ask him, then he says Google Maps uses internet. Well, if Google Maps uses internet, how's it going to work on airplane mode? And then what do I use then? What mapping system on the phone? That's what I was asking him, and he gave me some random app that I'm going to check out.
Well, it depends on what airplane mode in your phone does. If airplane mode shuts down all the receivers and broadcasters, then you couldn't be using GPS. If it shuts down only the broadcasters, then you could receive passive GPS signal.
Plus, some phones won't let you even access the GPS chip at all. Certain versions of Android operating system, and I don't think Apple will let you access the GPS chip directly. The main thing is the GPS chip itself is a black box, and they even say it.
Yeah, it's proprietary.
So there's a GPS beacon. So that's what it is. It's a beacon, and it sends out signals. A signal has a timestamp on it. And depending on what your phone says and the tower said, right, it measures the time. It goes, okay, the speed of light's this, so that tower must be this far away, yada, yada, yada. Now, you can easily spoof this. GPS is easily spoofed. I could do the exact same thing, right? So I take 3 towers instead of saying on the ground, right? I just add an arbitrary elevation to each one of them, like 1,000 feet. Then I do the hypotenuse of the triangle and say, this is my distance instead of that distance, right? And they're just straight on the ground. This isn't difficult. It's simple fucking math, dude. Because GPS uses Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinates, which is a plane that is tangent to a sphere. So your coordinates are on a plane. They're not on a sphere. They're converted into latitude and longitude through a geometric transformation. But you could convert.
So there's additional mathematical figures that don't correlate to concrete reality.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much, like, that's why I said it's a black box if you try to figure out, like, what the actual signal processing is, right? So that there's the radio signal that you get, and then that radio signal is turned into a digital message called a RINEX message. But how that radio signal is digitally signal processed into that RINEX message is unknown. And I think it might even be classified because all our GPS is supposed to be dual use.
Eli, can you hear me?
But what I was posting is something called differential GPS. So all over the United States, which act as a GPS satellite, right? They're just a beacon, just like the so-called satellites. And they're all over the United States. The one near me is in Quincy. It's like 8 miles away from me. These are all over the United States, and they're supposed to provide, quote unquote, more accuracy than traditional GPS. So on top of this, the USGS, which is the U.S. Geological Survey, is getting rid of GPS for their coordinate. This is what they say. It's on their website. It's called CORS, CORS. So they're going to be putting up even more towers, little concrete base stations that set out a signal that have a coordinate, and that you can get your so-called latitude and longitude based upon a GPS receiver for any coordinate. It's supposed to have sub-millimeter precision. Has nothing to do with satellites. Has nothing to do with anything in space.
Yeah. And we've been tracking this, by the way, since our servers were created. We used to do these things where we would critique scientific newspapers. And they've been talking about, for a long time, antiquing the satellite network for various reasons. One is because of maintenance. Others because of space debris. So it's dangerous to have them up there. They're going to get destroyed and it's not economical anymore. Another one is because of all the ground-based technology is actually hypersaturating the frequency space. And so the frequencies that the satellites have can no longer be effective because there's just too much noise. So it's essentially getting to the point where the idea of a necessity of a satellite is going to be an old idea. It's going to be like, oh, that's what we used to do. Not that they ever, really did it in the first place, let's say, but it's just going to become an old idea, like, antiques, history.
Yeah, false pretext to escape the critique about the whole narrative about the supposed satellites.
Yeah, and let's not forget that the original alleged satellite network system that the military used is, it's below 3-meter accuracy anyway.
Yeah, and here's another caveat.
Go ahead.
The spectrum that GPS uses, the frequency. So back in like the late 90s, the FCC was selling spectrum, right? They were selling, like, licensing different radio frequencies. And a hedge fund manager that made a shitload of money back during like the dot-com bubble, he got out before the bubble burst. Yeah, it made something like $25 billion, whatever. He wanted to create a land-based internet company called Light Squared. That was the name of the company. And he bought the spectrum that GPS is on. They were selling it. He bought it. And the FCC stopped them from implementing it because Garmin and Trimble, all of them complained that they would, to manufacture GPS devices, they would have to put a filter on it, right? To narrow their band so that like this wireless internet system wouldn't cause interference and that the GPS would still work. So the point being is that GPS is an unlicensed spectrum, and technically it doesn't exist legally. It's fucking noise in the airwaves. Yeah, I mean, you can actually look this stuff up. This guy got screwed so hard by the FCC, it's fucking not even funny. He invested like billions of dollars into this, and the FCC was just like, nope, GPS already exists. Like, we're not going to let you actually implement what you bought. Because he, like I said, he bought that band the band that GPS was using, that frequency spectrum. Yeah, I knew that. I knew about all this like way back then because I was, back. Okay, so I do computer networking and like I was into that shit, the technology, and this is supposed to be like that. There was something called the last mile problem, and this was supposed to solve the so-called last mile problem, right? Because this was basically going to be the same way that you have like UHF or VHF television, right? There was going to be big fucking towers everywhere, and they were going to provide internet, right? So but he was going to be doing this like in 2000. Okay, people just now like have had internet on their cell phones for 5 years, 8 years maybe. He was going to have this done like 20 years ago, and like obviously there's probably some bribery and lobbying and grift and graft and the corruption, and they stopped him from doing it. And this is also when Microsoft put up their fake satellites. They were supposed to make a satellite internet like Elon Musk. They were supposed to make a geodesic dome around the planet and frickin' have satellite everywhere. They actually launched a couple of them, and then Microsoft changed their mind. So, yeah. There's a whole, there's more to this story than, there's satellites in space, and they just send a signal, and you pick it up, and you can do whatever, this, that, and the other thing. There's more to the story than that. A lot more.
So what they say is that there's a bunch of satellites orbiting the Earth, moving at 17,000 miles per hour, crisscrossing each other, sending signals down. Like that?
GPS is supposed to be just a beacon, right? So I don't know how many, whatever the transmission rate is, I don't know, 2 times a second, 10 times a second, I don't know. Sends out a beacon, right? A radio signal. Mm-hmm. Poof, poof, poof. And then your GPS device figures out how far away it is by timing the time it left the satellite. This is how they say it works. Not what I think. This is what they say. The signal left the satellite, say, took 2 milliseconds to get to where you are. So, like, you do the calculation for what the speed of light is, then you figure out, I'm this far away from the satellite. So you use multiple satellites. You have to use 4. And if you have 4 and you get the distance to all 4, you can draw, if you have the position of the satellite, you can draw a circle, a sphere around it. And where, like, if you draw a sphere around all 4 of those satellites, there'll be one place of intersection, and that's where you are.
How do they know the position of every single satellite?
Good question, because they also use the Earth-centered, Earth-fixed, which is freaking the height above a fucking tangent plane on the surface of a sphere. So that's another problem. But, like, that's not the important part. The important part is this is also the way it would work for towers on the ground. There would be no difference. There's no difference as if you have a tower that's a beacon sending out a distance signal with a time on it, right? And then it says, I'm 5 miles away from this tower, 20 miles away from that tower, and 10 miles away from that tower. Okay, we know the positions of all the towers. I can only be in one location. Boom, that's where I am. There's no difference between that and it being in the sky or anywhere else. Because it's just timing how long it takes the signal to get to you from multiple locations. It's called trilateration.
Yeah, so the only main difference then in the average person's mind is that if you had towers on the ground, there'd be too much obstruction, either of the curve of the Earth in their worldview or of topography in a general sense. However, there are broadcasts that have been done, recorded, that supersede these limitations in the past, up to 10,000 miles even. So if you can get a signal from 10,000 miles away, then there's no problem in getting a signal from, California or the Rockies or the East Coast, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and with the satellites, are they saying that they're orbiting above America exactly at the same rate that the Earth is spinning? Or they're moving above it in their own speeds, just doing circles?
See, this is
the GPS ones.
This is where the problem is. Right, so remember how earlier he was trying to tell me that there's never a point when my GPS won't work?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Even though I have GPS on my phone. Well, how come it is that I only lose signal no matter what time of day at this exact point every single time. Everyone in here is experienced signal drop at the exact same place every single time, right?
Went into the mountains.
Yeah, and it's almost like, when I get on that bend of that road, I know the signal drops out for like 8 or 9 minutes there. And now there's one really bad spot that I go through every single time, doesn't matter if it's daytime, nighttime. When I get past the Waynesboro line, when I'm coming up to South Carolina the back way, the LTE turns to 0. There's no signal. There's no cell phone carriers back there. And your GPS turns completely schizophrenic. And you don't have GPS. For 15 or 20 minutes of that ride, you have no GPS. Now, how come there's not a satellite there at night? I go during the day, there's no signal during the day. It is a complete dead zone.
I had a Garmin GPS back about 2005, one of the handheld ones for hiking, and that shit didn't work a lot of times. And I mean a lot. Like it barely worked. I was like mad that I even bought it. Let's put it that way.
There's also the problem. Sorry, I'm eating. So he says, no, your cell phone is a receiver, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Do you have an individual satellite beaming down on you?
Mm-hmm.
Like, where's this? Is it just following you?
When you're a narcissist, satellites do follow your own.
What? Yeah, you're right. Maybe he's like a gang stalker and it's just satellites following him. Or he's got a gang stalking fantasy. It's like, I know there are satellites following me everywhere. I don't believe Phil believes any of this. I think Phil is just messing around. Honestly, I do.
Mocking people who have exploded his worldview.
Yeah, I think he was much angrier in the past. He was much angrier, like extremely emotional. And now he's like, I don't know. I think he's.
I'm going to seek retribution and do unto them as they did unto me.
Yeah, he's just in I hate them mode, and so I'm just gonna say whatever.
How old is this guy?
Like 1,000.
Wow.
Said this so quickly.
My guess is 65-ish.
Yeah, he's 65, 68-ish. Too old to be acting like this.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm too old to act the way I do, but I feel 24. So what I'm
Any age is too old to act like that.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, if I'm wrong about something, I'll take an L. And that way I don't have to be wrong about it anymore. Like for me, it's just, okay, rip off the Band-Aid. I was wrong about something. Bam. I'm a man. I move on.
Wait, you mean you don't double, quadruple, triple down?
It just causes more trouble. It's a lot easier to admit I was wrong and then move on to something I'm right about.
It's not very Glober of you, Mimus.
Huh?
That's not very Glober of you.
Well, not really much of a Glober type. Somebody does have a quiet mic who keeps jumping in.
Is that me?
No, not you.
Okay.
Would that be me?
Yes, it was you. Sometimes it's quiet, sometimes it's not.
What did Phil say? I missed out on that. Anything pertinent? Anything?
Not really.
Wow. He's in the chat talking about boats going over hills of water.
Yeah.
Still fucking here. God, he said he had to go.
Yeah, he said he had to go.
Yeah, he just recently left the text chat. He's been here for a while, even though he supposedly had to go.
Look, that's not an interesting point. So, hill of water in front of you, right? So he would claim it's not a hill of water in front of you, which would be technically correct depending on how you're viewing the curve arc that you allege is in front of you. However, we had Jesse Gordon come in here and with his theodolite prove that there is a hill of water in front of you by tracking a boat as it leaves from him. The boat rose in elevation. Now, keep in mind, elevation is an increase on the y-axis, right? Relative to your position. Okay, so that's going up a hill. So it went up in elevation as it went away, and then all of a sudden it started going down in elevation, like it was going over the top of a hill in front of you. So I'm not sure who to believe now, because we have one guy saying there's no hill of water in front of you, and the other guy giving us data that there's a hill of water in front of you.
Yeah.
So which one are we supposed to believe?
So the boat went over a wave.
No, Mevis, you can't go that route because they don't say boats go over waves, do they? They say boats go over the curve.
So it didn't go over the incoming tide or over a big swell of water.
Right.
Because if you're moving away and going over the z-axis drop, you're going down.
Yes, you're always going down.
Yeah.
I thought you're supposed to be defending a sphere. Technically, it's supposed to be going down constantly, the curvature of the Earth, no matter which direction you go.
No, friend, you were mistaken, and that's why you screwed up. It's not about a sphere; it's about a spheroid, a sphere of unusual tendencies.
Right.
So when you understand that it's not a perfect sphere and it could just be anything at any time for any given interpretation of any globus as needed, then your world will become much simpler to understand.
The Earth is a god that existentially manifests itself
according to your pleasure.
It's realizing its own reality.
According to your pleasure.
Right.
Yeah. So you know the chew toys that you give a dog? It's a ball, but it has bumps on it.
Yeah.
Right.
That's basically what Jesse Gordon proved.
Yeah.
Or a basketball with the little bumps, little hexagonal bumps in the rubber.
That's such a funny point. Like they do this all the time. Oh, well, it's not a perfect sphere. I even rapped about it in my song. How they try to claim, whoa, it's lumpy and bumpy. Can't really measure it perfectly.
Or you are Mr. Sensible and you claim that there's an actual speed bump. Yep.
What?
Half a millimeter, but it's a speed bump.
How does that? What does he mean by that?
Okay, so, sorry, I had to burp. So, there's these Brits who dug this hole, threw some water in it, and then they put some concrete in it, put some rails on the side, right? And it's supposed to be perfectly level, yada, 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 138 meters long. Now, somewhere, there is supposedly, he claimed there was a half a millimeter rise on a rail in the center of 138 meters. And that proves we're on a ball, because he said that the rail was measured up from the water level. Now, there's a big problem with that, because if you're measuring up from the water level, you will not have any variation in the rail, even if you're on a ball, because you will always be measuring equal everywhere. In other words, it'll bend in a parallel around. So all he's done is prove that, or said that there may be a bump in the rail because the water's flat. It's great. Plus, there was no bump in the rail, because it's not in the paper anywhere that he showed us. So,
was it not even there? My God,
that's
it's not even there. They said they would allow for a 0.6 mm
variation. But but yeah, they didn't say they found it. They just said it was out.
Back to that tolerances and errors.
Yeah.
And adjustments.
This picture, this info meme I call it, from Miguel, the Glober's Dilemma. This, I'm not gonna say it. Gregory, don't say that. But this is poignant.
Where is it?
Let me see.
What time is it?
I can repost it. It's the one that says it's two arrows, the Glober's Dilemma. Boats go over the curve. It's too big to see the curve. I'll repost
Just
it.
made it convenient.
Oh, Earth too big, or ships go over. Yes, that was always the question. Like years ago, when I was like first formulating like all my arguments and like trying to form all my traps to see what worked the best, I would ask them if you could see, or if you could, see Earth curvature, and they'd say no. And I'd say, do boats go over the horizon? And they'd say yes. I'd say, so you can see boats go over so you can see the curve. And they'd say no. I'd say, then what are boats going over? They're like the horizon. I'm saying, so you can see it. And it was literally like watching someone break.
There's a reason why I keep mentioning the work of Dr. John Frame. That is what is called a dialectical tension in someone's position. That rhymes. The reason I keep emphasizing that is because it keeps happening so frequently. Just when I come, in here and discuss this subject.
Yeah, good luck with that. I mean, they're I can't see that they've gotten any smarter. I think they've gotten worse. Normal people that you talk to about this, like in daily life, they don't react like this. You show them a contradiction politely, and they're like, oh, wow, that is really interesting. And then maybe they go on back with their lives, right? I was saying earlier, the people we deal with are the people who are coming into someone else's house to yell at them.
Yes.
That's why they act like this. This is not how normal people act. This is the internet.
They're banging on the front door to get in.
Yeah.
And then hate that they're in here.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to make their own front door.
And then don't want to leave.
Yeah. It's like
even when they excuse themselves.
Yeah. It's like the atheist standing outside the church or the mosque or the synagogue protesting, and they want to get inside and they just want to cause trouble. What kind of person does that? Go live your own life. Right? Normal people don't. And normal people dislike them.
That is madness and insanity infected with hatred.
Yeah. That's why I don't seek out people on the internet to debate. I let them come here. Because I am not going to invest my time into them.
That's my approach exactly. Like, the guru doesn't seek you out.
Right.
You go and seek him. Oh, you don't... He doesn't come looking for you. So... I'm not claiming to be a guru or the expert, but it's just the analogy fits well. He's waiting in a jungle. He's done his work. He's sitting cross-legged in the jungle, and you go to him. He's not going to come and seek you out. Here, let me help enlighten you.
Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing to do that. It's charitable, but of course, when they demonstrate with conspicuously and undeniably that they are vehemently rejecting with the light that you have to offer, then move on.
Right.
Yeah. But like if they come to this house, I let them stay, because I'm kind to refugees, and because for me, I think a lot of them are like putting themselves into like this therapy. Because why would you go to pick a fight about this specific subject unless
you want to pick a fight?
Yeah, well, it's not just that. I'd say that's most of it, but there's a part of it where they're insecure about their position, and they're really here to reinforce what they believe. Why would you need to reinforce what you believe unless something hit?
And that's a valid critique because they've demonstrated their position to be Intenable.
Incoherent.
Right. I mean, the very obvious, like for one instance to minimize words, like the Glober's dilemma.
Yeah.
Like it's an irreconcilable dialectical tension in the position, and so then they do what you just did. So now they're exercising their pride and masturbating their pride to cope with their untenable position.
Yeah.
Rather than just ripping off the Band-Aid, forsaking this untenable position and seeking the truth.
Well, what I've dubbed as an issue, Gregory, to that problem is that it's like I feel like they have a syndrome, and I've called it everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. You said down, but it's like they have this idea that we're just getting it wrong somehow, you know. So it's like they don't even need to believe in their own worldview. They're just like, well, you guys have got it wrong.
Yes, the anti-flat Earth position. Not that we're right, you are wrong. That's the emphasis. Yeah,
it's kind of like the activist, and instead of promoting what they love, their activism is only based on what they hate.
Mm-hmm. There we go.
All right. So what they are is, I don't think they have firm, solid, fixed beliefs at all. I think we've all experienced that. They change all the time. They will manipulate. They will lie. They will say this is false. Something that they believed for 300 years, they'll say that's not
and
true.
Then it'll change. Yeah.
Right. So they don't really believe their position as much as they hate ours.
Yeah. But then what's funny about that, Bemis, is they don't know our position. That's what I find like it's almost infuriating, because they create their, like they're creating a position to debate against. Well, if it's flat, it would be like this, that, and the third. Yeah. You've heard people say this all the time.
Yeah, they're
in the act of articulating their flat earthism, as it were. It simply amounts to a tu quoque fallacy.
Yeah.
Because when we expose their untenability, when we expose their incoherency, they immediately fly to the cavil. No, you're wrong. Okay, well, even if we are wrong, that doesn't mean that you're right.
Right.
That doesn't save your position to expose ours.
But Mimas, you nailed it though. Like, oh, you guys are just wrong, and it's like, about what exactly? And they don't even know what they're like up against.
I don't know, but you are.
Yeah.
Now shut up.
There was a family member who incidentally, they weren't prying, but they incidentally found out that I was a flat earther. They didn't go off and tell everybody or anything. And when they came to me, they said, they confronted me in a sense. And I said, or what they started doing was asking me about, like, what about this? What about that? And I said, ask you something. You've known me my entire life, and you know what I've been into, and you know what I know. They said, yeah. I said, do you think I don't know any of the stuff that you're about to ask me? I said, no. I said, okay. At what point are you going to ask me why?
Right.
I said, and if you're not going to ask me why, we can't have a conversation. I said, well, you just need to drop it. We're never going to talk about it. Don't worry. I'll never bother you with it. But the day you want to know about it, come ask me why. But don't.
That's a really good way to shortcut the long way of irritation. Yeah.
That is a good point. Because like they're not giving you a fair shake.
No.
You know what I mean? And that's
if you don't care to critically consider my argument and justification for my position, then you're just bigotedly caviling against me.
Or just your intelligence, right? Like, you got to give me some credit here, you know?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah, a bigoted cavil.
Yeah. Because I did, at one point I did say to him, I said, you've taken seriously everything I've ever said. And why is that? Because you know I think logically. You know that
this one thing,
anything, I will reject it. You know how I feel about the government. You know how I feel about guns. You know how I feel about society. We agree on absolutely everything. I said, but the moment something doesn't logically fit, you know that I'm going to reject it outright because it's incoherent. And there's no contradictions in nature. You know me. So you know I know this. You know I know all the things you're about to ask me. When you're ready, come ask me why. But don't ask me anything else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is you give me another, like, I've talked about how new people trying to have the conversation with a flat earther is like this show called Dancing with the Stars. It's like people go onto the show and they're paired up with these experts who have done the dance many, many times. They teach, these B-listers, these D-listers, celebrities how to do the tango, merengue, and all this stuff. So it's like you're right to call out your friend and say, you don't get to sit here and lead the dance and ask all these questions as if, like, no, I've done this rodeo many times, so I'll be leading the dance, not you.
Yeah. It's my position, not yours. Why are you going to ask me things that you don't possibly know that I've considered?
Right.
Why don't
That was a well put analogy, CB. I like that.
Yeah.
I said it in one of my songs. Cobra came into debate, but this is Dancing with the Stars, something like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Best half black rapper ever.
But
did he say half black?
I said half black.
It's good advice for anyone. I think there was someone here the other day. There was like someone new, and we had some new flat earthers, and he was like, "Please, like, put me in. Let me say something. I want to go first." But when he got the mic, he goes, "So what do you want to talk about?" And I think Jedi was like, "Are you serious?" Because that's exactly the wrong approach. You should be leading the dance. Show them how to rock side to side, and then maybe two-step or whatever, and show them how to do the moves. Don't let them lead the dance, because they don't know what they're doing. They've got two left feet.
If you have to, lean like a cholo.
Yeah. I guess it was about.
That was cute.
About a week
lean
ago.
like a cello.
That was good.
It was about a week ago that Crypto called me a chaotic good.
The chaotic good, huh?
I don't know what that means, but
it's if you go look at the old Dungeons and Dragons personality chart, there's the 9 personalities.
Okay.
There was and at the very center is called the true neutral. At the bottom, top is good, and on the left hand side, there's you know what? I'm just gonna get it and post it.
I think I kind of get it.
Has
There's two different.
Has it all hand?
You have good chaos and bad chaos. You're like the good chaos. I think I kind of get that.
Chaotic good.
Yeah, it's the moral alignment. Hold on, I'm saving a picture. I know where to get it from.
Okay.
Add to photos. Do this. I'm about to post it. There we go. It's coming in. So lawful evil would be like the Empire out of Star Wars. Lawful evil.
Okay.
Right? But a chaotic evil would be like a rampaging orc warband that had no leader, and they just chaos, just slaughter everything, psychopathy.
Yeah.
And a neutral evil is kind of like an executioner, like an assassin.
Okay.
Right?
Mm.
So lawful good is like, you have your benevolent government.
Right.
Neutral good would be like, I guess, an anarcho-capitalist, right? And a chaotic good is someone who goes for the best outcome through chaos.
Mm.
Right?
Okay, I can resonate with that.
So one of the things I do, and when he said it, I was like, oh my God, this is like astrology for men. And I said,
astronomy.
I realized one of the things I do is when I get into a discussion with someone on here, I let them go. I let them start. I let them decide where the conversation's going to go. And from the outside, sometimes I think it looks like chaos.
Yeah.
But I've been doing it for so long that I have every trap already pre-made, and I already know where I'm going to throw it because I've heard everything. So
that's tactical logic, and that's effective. Yeah. You just let the opponent say whatever they want to say, and say as much as possible. And eventually, if their position is incoherent, they will simply expose themselves as being incoherent. They will hang themselves by their own words.
Right.
I can relate this to combat sports. In judo, if someone's charging after you, you don't charge back. You just let them come, and then you step out of the way. You sweep them and let their energy continue them down to the ground, essentially.
Yeah, this is like when I played Dark Souls 2, right? Because of course I'm going to take everything back to the video game. When I played Dark Souls 2, I realized at some point, because of how the stats work, that the best way to play it was with the biggest sword I could find and completely naked.
Naked?
That's how I beat the game. No armor, no clothing, just a just a loincloth and a big sword.
Nice.
That's how you play Dark Souls, you said?
Oh,
that's how I play it. That's what I'm wearing while I play it. Yeah.
Big sword included.
I will whoop you.
No, in the game, that's
big sword not included.
So I found the gladiator outfit, which is just sandals and a loincloth. That's all he was wearing the whole time. So, and I would go into the PvP matches in that because turns out you can increase your iframes and all this other stuff, and it looks crazy and it looks stupid, but it's the best thing to do.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good, Mimas. You got me there. That was funny. You saw that opportunity. You just lunged at it.
Oh, I saw the moment I saw you were like that you were invested in. Huh? No shield. No.
I assumed that you were talking about the character on the screen. I didn't assume you were talking about yourself.
Yeah.
Then you said that. I'm like, oh boy.
Let me tell you something. No shield. Let me tell you something. I have never parried in a Souls game. Ever. Never parried. Never blocked.
You just took the hit or you dodged it?
Dodged. Learned it. You gotta learn. You gotta learn to love the You gotta learn to love the dodge.
The method of the maneuver. I like that too.
Yeah. You gotta love the hardest thing, and that way everything.
That's what I do too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
And they say video games can't teach you anything.
I mean, art imitates life. You have to have concrete reality first in order to make the simulation thereof.
Right. But yeah, so that's how that's my tactics in life are kind of look like chaos, be confusing, but always know what's going on. Yeah, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a Souls boss.
Why did you think of the name Mimas Aurelius? What is that a play off of?
Because my favorite philosopher is Marcus Aurelius.
Oh, okay, the emperor.
Master of Stoicism. So, love his musings. He didn't write a single scroll, but they collected all of them together, and it's the musings of Marcus Aurelius. It's just the best thing.
I know something better.
Yeah. I mean, apart from that, this is for like if you're I encourage young men to read it because it's good to learn to control your emotions and to think more, internally, and to be able to
That panda is adorable. They do that.
Are you talking about the meditations? Because that's a great book.
Yeah, the meditation.
Do all bears do that, or is that unique to pandas?
When I borrowed it.
Yeah, meditation.
Recommend it.
You see the GIF from AI?
Yeah, the panda. Yeah, pandas roll. Not a viable species, though.
Yeah, though it's really interesting. Like the first approach you get when someone comes in here new. It's almost like one day I said everyone needs to have homework. Go and work on your first lines, your opening lines, your pickup lines for Globe Earthers. Because when they come in here, you don't want to have the same script. I mean, I can already hear Helio now. So how did you find us? How did you find this place? No, I mean, but so if you have different ways to think of it like speed dating. You wouldn't want to have the same approach to every single person. You'd probably change your approach up a little bit, depending on the case. But it is really interesting when someone comes in here new. It's like there's not a one way to do it. So, like Nemus, like you said, like you kind of let them maybe take the first few steps, and then you control the chaos from there,
right?
Or set the traps. So I think that's my approach as well.
Always let your victim think they're deciding which trail to take.
Yeah. Yep. I like that.
Yep.
They're trying to plunge deep into the depths of tactical logic in the art of war.
Yeah. Well, it is like a sport. Like doing this format is almost like some kind of weird sport.
Mm-hmm.
And the only way to really learn it is to do it. It's the only way. But,
debate.
Yeah, you actually have to do it. A lot of people want to jump in. They want to get their points in. Like, I get it. And it's like,
right.
And we were talking about it being open mic a lot of times. And you do have to go through that. But at the same time, you've got to learn to be able to have the energy to get in and maintain and then like have that stamina.
I know what you mean.
Grows and grows. You get more and more used to it.
While simultaneously maintaining critical consideration and self-scrutiny. Because one can be determined to withstand unto the end and have the last word, but they've forsaken critical consideration and now have fallen into the depths of fallacy and bigotry.
Right. The last thing you want is just attrition. And that's what happens when you get to that point where we're just talking about is you just get into this war of attrition with the person, and whoever gives up first has the last word or whatever.
Right.
And you don't want that. You want to be able to control it to a point where they're just making contradictions. My goal is not to win. And it's almost like the soldier who accepts his death makes the best soldier. So what I do is my goal is not to win an argument. It is just to find the points of geometry that are flashing to glitch out. That's the contradiction. I am looking to create a contradiction in the person's argument. Because the moment you do that, you can take them completely off balance. And now and that just cracks it open. And once you get inside, you can just like tear it all out from the inside.
I've used the analogy of like you want to restore an old car that's been sitting in the driveway for like 10 years. Right? It's caked up and crusted up on the windshield and all kinds. So it's like there's no product that you would add on top of this car. You want to remove the dirt and the grime, crust. And so like when they come here, my job, I feel like, is to just wipe away anything that's blocking their view.
Dismantle.
So it's this netty approach. I've said it before.
Yeah.
I typed it in the chat. I'll just copy and paste it. But
it's dismantling, right? It's not replacing, it's dismantling.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a Sanskrit expression that means not this, not that, neither this or that. So it's like when they ask me
with this,
Bob the science guy's asking me over and over, what's blocking the bottom of the boat? Phil was asking that in the chat. What's blocking the bottom? Well, not a hill of water. So I'm just going to tell you it's not this or it's not that.
Yeah, that question is an attempt at trying to escape the critique by trying to expose some vacancy or fallacy in your position. Again, a tu quoque fallacy.
Yeah.
It's like the guru in the jungle analogy. He doesn't, when you go to see him, he doesn't have like a brochure. Like he's gonna work with you and try to get rid of any like ideas that may be blocking up crossing up your perception or whatever that's blocking your mental. So that's what I do when people come here. I'm just gonna help you remove things that are like impeding your ability to think properly.
And just to expand on your metaphor, that when you finally find the guru on the mountain, Is he going to tell you a bunch of things, or is he just going to ask you a bunch of questions?
Yeah, exactly. He's not going to be like, so listen, it's going to be X blue blah. Like, he's not going to spell it out for you. You have to rub your brain cells together and figure it out.
Yeah, it's why are you here? What are you looking for? Who are you? What do you want?
Yeah.
If you can answer all those, you can like do anything, right? Because you're not looking for answers from someone else.
Right. Really. That's the issue if you are doing that. It's like, Guru, I need answers. Well, like you have to tell me what I need to do and that kind of thing. Tell me what I need to think. How often do people come here? They're like, oh, well, give me a map or tell me what it looks like. Well, dude, just go outside. What the hell? You want me to tell you how to use your eyeballs? Like, what's going on?
Yep. Well, it's laziness, and it affects all of us. All of us have been guilty of it.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: if you are someone who's going to accept answers, and you are someone who just is going to believe what they tell you, then you at least have to have the awareness, right, that you shouldn't argue about it. You at least have to have the awareness that I just believe this, and like no one's going to convince me otherwise. I trust the authorities, but at the very least, you have to be aware that you are not someone who should fight for it.
Mm-hmm. No one's telling them that, Memus. They didn't get that memo. Like the goofballs who are like they don't know it at all. They're the ones defending it the most.
Right.
Yeah, they should. If they do attempt to debate, they should use debate as a conduit for learning more, not as a approach to destroy the opposing position.
Exactly.
Right.
And like, for example, this place is a good place to do it too, because like not only will you learn more about the globe Earth, I know I did, but you'll learn more about your opponent's position. And I think it's a bad idea. I'm big into like MMA and boxing and stuff like that. So you would never just go randomly fight someone, especially a professional. You would want to watch some film, some tape, and study their moves. And so that's always a good thing to do. It's like to know your opponent very well. But the problem is they don't do that. They never do that, ever, when it comes to this flat Earth stuff. Like, they come here with their own ideas about what flat Earth is supposed to be, whatever. And what's sad, too, is they hardly even know their own globe.
I was going to say, they neither know themselves nor do they know their enemy.
Yeah.
And
I mean, these are old quotes. Know your enemy, know yourself, and know, you know what I mean? How did this stuff get all forgotten?
Yeah.
That whole fools despise wisdom and instruction.
Yeah. Who said that? Somebody?
I was going to say, know your enemy and know yourself. Something I used to tell myself to better myself was my greatest enemy is myself. Like, the only person I should ever try to be better than is who I used to be.
Yeah.
Well, and the only way to know yourself is to know the God that made you, because the whole history of humanistic rationalism has demonstrated itself to be without justification for its arbitrarity. It leads to vastly disparate, contrary conclusions.
Interesting you say that. Go ahead.
What's funny is in arguing against like secularist ethics, that's the easiest thing to argue against, because the contradictions are so apparent everywhere. And a contradiction is an untruth. So if you talk to a secularist who believes in secular ethics, which is really just moral relativism, right? You can get them to contradict themselves in the space of 30 seconds. Because they have to have contradicting ethical beliefs.
Which is an inevitable consequence.
Yeah.
Because when you start from a beginning point that is insufficient, both materially and logically, then what do you think is going to be produced from that?
Yeah. What's funny is the whole reason I got into like more a lot of existential philosophy and like research on like the consciousness and stuff is because it becomes extremely easy to use that against materialists.
Materialism is a joke.
It is.
It's just a reification of half of all reality.
Yeah. Because if you're a materialist, you can't even believe in concepts because concepts come from the mind.
And then you can't even believe in the mind because the mind is immaterial.
Right.
And then you can't even have beliefs because beliefs are immaterial.
Right.
Then you can't even speak words because words are immaterial.
Yeah.
Oh,
They're
okay.
just-
I had a friend like this in high school.
Nah.
He actually went on to be pretty successful. Worked for Tesla and SpaceX. So I wonder, probably a big globe head now, but yeah, I remember we had issues. Like he would say, no, the mind is in the brain and stuff like that. Is that what you're talking about? Like
How could he know anything was real? How could he trust anything if all of his
Tell you for
senses,
sure that's not true. That's for sure.
if all of his senses and all of his experiences and everything only existed as chemical reactions in his brain?
What senses? Senses aren't material.
You're right. They're not even material. How can he
He doesn't
validate?
have senses.
How could he have validated that his mind was material?
What empirical data to interpret? There's no empirical data.
Yeah.
You see how silly it gets once you really deep down, when you dive into this incoherency of materialism. It's just a reification of half of all reality. It's untenable. When you are a materialist, you literally have negated all the prerequisites for truth.
I am convinced that the materialist atheist is just plain lying. I am utterly convinced. I do not believe they exist. I believe truly that they are just lying. And
There are no atheists.
Huh?
There are no atheists, yeah.
There are no atheists. And that's why when somebody admits that they are, now I always ask them because I want to find out if they're an atheist or if they're really an agnostic, right? Because a lot of people call themselves an atheist, but it turns out they're agnostic after just a few questions. So what I'm talking about is anytime I meet an atheist materialist, I treat them like shit because the first thing they've done to me is lie. And I will not be lied to.
Yeah.
Now, of course, he's saying that someone's easily going to not make the charitable interpretation within the context he said that. You gotta make it difficult for some folks sometimes, me, Miss Bud.
Hey. Can't change me now. Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do.
No, you're a sweetheart deep down, and tough love is an important thing. I think a lot of people need the tough love. People are so used to like the sugar-coated speech that just speaking directly to someone in 2023 is like offensive for some reason.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like, how many times, either you or Indio, someone's been like, "Why are you yelling?" It's like they're not yelling, dude. First of all, Indio's just got a Boston accent. Like,
Yeah, he's from Boston. He yells how they communicate. What are you talking about?
It's like they're just speaking from their chest directly. Okay.
Yeah.
Do I need to speak in a little baby voice? Because people are.
Yeah, it's
that's
called
another thing, too.
testosterone.
Yes.
Yeah. Right. That's another thing, though. It's like
That's called my voice.
yeah. Right. People are like raising children to be like little Mickey Mouses and stuff.
Right.
It's like the people are used to this nowadays. Like, you can't even speak to someone just like a regular person.
While at the same time, they're the same persons that bark like mad dogs in the streets against anything they disagree with and dislike.
Right? Yeah. That Zon guy we spoke to last night. It's a good
You
example.
want to talk about another contradiction in their position, both in principle and in practice.
Right. The moment, like, that's one reason I was so impatient with him today, because it was Zon from last night.
He came back?
Yeah, he came back as debate god. And of course, he's a degenerate, so he had an anime PFP. But, hi. he was instantly caught being untruthful, obfuscating, and he was, or I should say obfuscating, and he was, when the contradictions were shown, he would continue. And this kid's just a liar, and this is, I'm getting rid of him, and I banned him.
He seemed like a waste anyway. Like, I don't know why he was so emotionally charged up either. Like, who got you?
He
Who
had the
got
fake
you hurt,
laugh
bro?
going. The fake laugh, yeah. He had the streamer laugh. You know how the streamers will fake laugh?
Yeah. That shit pisses me off.
Are y'all talking about PP?
No, we're talking about.
Oh no, this other guy.
Debate God. It was before PP. Yeah.
Mr. Height of the Earth.
Yes, height.
Oh my god.
And R isn't radius, and H stands for height.
Wait, what did he say the R stood for?
Well, he didn't know it was radius.
Oh, okay. Because that would be the height.
Oh, and also 9 inches per square mile.
Yeah. No, it was worse than that. He said 9 inches per some. What he
per square mile? Supposed to be 8 inches.
He didn't even say the mile. He didn't even say the mile. He said something like
how to measure real estate.
He just said per squared or something like that. I was like, dude.
Per squared.
He didn't even say per mile squared. He was like 8 inches is per squared.
It's worse.
Every squared.
As Zon,
every instance of squaring.
He typed out 9 inches per mile per square mile. He typed it out.
Yes, I did see that. This is what I mean when I say that they've got a case of everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome. They've heard somewhere someone say that flat earthers say 8 inches per mile squared. So by their standard, their syndrome, they've got to be wrong somehow. You notice how we gave him 3 different formulas. I presented him to the 1.22 times the square root of the observer side in feet. Indio was giving him some way more like advanced formula, and he was like, "You guys just keep using the parabola formula." No, we're not, dude. Like, he kept trying to tie different formulas. Everything was 8 inches per mile squared now, dude.
Yo,
he came fresh from a Professor David. Sure.
Yeah.
To what distance is the 8 inches per mile squared accurate?
Up to 250, or is it 1,000?
I think it's close to 1,000.
Well, let me change my question. At what distance is the accuracy differential greater than 0.01%?
1,000 miles?
1,000 miles, I think.
For 1,400 miles.
1,400 miles.
I don't know.
1,400 miles, the accuracy is in the decimal points differential, right? So like 100, what did I say? 100%? Yeah, so in other words, perfect.
Yeah.
That's the thing though, AI. You just go to a Professor Dave video and he just goes, they say 8 inches per mile squared. They are wrong. Anyone who says that is dumb. Like, that's all they're hearing.
Here's the thing. If all the people who
simple ass conclusion from AI.
Yeah. If all the people who watch his videos come in here and get obliterated, at what point are they going to realize he's a moron?
All right.
Why hasn't he come in here?
Right.
By the way, you don't have to give everyone the answer. If anybody claims anything about the differentials between the equations, just ask them at what range is the accuracy less than 1/100%.
What range is the accuracy less than 1/100%? Answer is 1,000.
Since you're asking the accuracy, it actually have to be a greater number. He means a greater number, right? So you already got 2 things that you throw them for a loop.
Yeah, it's their claim. Make them give you the information. When they say there's a different calculation, okay, show it to us, and then show us the difference.
You know, with that being mentioned, there's a tactical error sometimes committed by some persons, where the person will give them an answer, the globalist will give the flat earther the answer, whatever they answer, the globalist fix their mouth to say, and then insist, no, but this other person says this.
Right.
Well, no. Answer what they said. You're debating the person. Debate against the person, not the person you're not debating.
Is that advice for the flat earther, or because I can see it going
It's for everyone.
Yeah, I can see it going both ways.
Because I will tell you what happens. A globe earther comes in here, and he will say, "Why do y'all believe?" And right after that, he needs to be
Make
cut
some
off.
bullshit up. Yeah.
He needs to be cut off.
Yeah.
And say, no.
Cut that bitch off.
Well, Mimas,
That's
this
supposed to
happened
mean.
with Zahn. He was like, so you guys all have a flat earther Bible and blah, blah, blah. And we would not let him get 2 seconds past that statement.
Yeah, people don't understand. I'm not going to let them do it. A lot of people get mad at me. A lot of people are trying to jump in because for some reason, it is like just this Pavlovian response with flat earthers specifically, where everyone's got to try and answer the questions. Like, stop it. We have the answer. We have no answers, y'all. Stop it. All right? I feel like Captain Kirk in that episode where they're a bunch of children, right? And the children were like all screaming and stuff. And he was yelling at them.
There's a GIF for that too.
Yeah. And so it's like, stop. Let this guy dig his own grave, make him present his positive evidence. Do not answer questions because we don't know.
Right. Yeah, you can tell some of the guys that have maybe a little still green. They will typically like, oh, I want to answer this and try to give these textbook answers, but man.
But the whole premise of the Glober asking the question is to ask from the point of him building a straw man.
Right, exactly. He's not really trying to get an answer, really.
Right.
Yeah.
If his only question that is valid is, why do you believe in flat Earth?
In essence, you're falling for his burden of proof reversal, even though he's not quite at that point yet.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've said it before. They hire clowns to go to little birthday parties and blow up balloons of little figures.
That's me. That's me every time.
Yep. I couldn't find the one with the children, but I went with what was what I had.
Okay.
All right, let me just spit this out because I think you'll like it. But it's like, you don't want to be the guy that's blowing up little cartoon balloons, like clown figure balloons, for your opponent to take away and show other people. I think that's what Mimas is getting at. You don't have to answer questions because typically they're going to take your answer and treat it like you're a clown and you just blew up a little like balloon, like freaking in a hot dog. They're looking for things to go and make Flat Earth look ridiculous. So be very careful about the stuff you give them anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful about what you tell them and what answer you give.
For sure. Yeah, what's his name in the chat? Phil. Give me an answer. What is blocking the bottom of the boat? And my answer is going to be the same always. It is just not a hill of water, dude. So,
that's
as long as
exactly
it's
what
not
it is.
that, then if it's not that, then it doesn't matter. Because that's what you're supposed to be debating that it is. So if it's not that, then who cares?
I mean, say, babe, what do you mean? I'm king of the hell.
I found it, Gregory. And it's a big GIF.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay. What did you type in?
Kirk Miri episode GIF.
Oh my God, that's hella specific.
Hey, I know every single episode. I can talk along with these episodes.
So you're kind of similar to me with Stargate. Well, I mean, you're worse, much worse than me with Stargate. I can't recite the lines, but I did see every season. SG-1.
Yeah. Oh, I love SG-1. That was great. It's corny, but it felt like Star Trek. That's why I loved it.
And they conceded what you just said at the last episode. You remember that?
What was that?
It was the very last episode, and it was a brown-skinned man. He had a deep, resonant voice, and he's speaking very solemn and profound. And science fiction is an expression of the human condition and the hopes that humans aspire to.
Right, the guy who was
blah, blah, blah.
playing Teal'c in the show about them making a show about the show.
Yeah, it was the dude playing Teal'c.
Yeah,
playing
super
Teal'c.
meta. I met him.
You met the dude playing Teal'c?
No, I met the dude who played
Christopher Judge.
Christopher Judge, yeah. Nice guy.
You met him and forgot his name.
Yeah, Christopher Judge. Really nice guy. Really nice. Massive.
Interesting.
He is a giant.
You know him. You know he's in God of War, right?
Yeah,
the latest too. Yeah.
Yeah, he does great in it. But what's funny is, you know how he looks tall in the show?
He's not very tall. He's not as tall as he seems.
No. He looks tall in the show, and when you meet him in real life, he's taller.
Oh, he's taller. Oh.
Yes. I met Kevin Sorbo also at the Masters one year, and I know they always said Kevin Sorbo is a tall dude. I thought the man was Goliath. He is so tall, it's like Lurch.
So,
he is very tall. So, but yeah, we're talking.
It says 6'3". How tall are you?
30. Someone's in California. I'm sorry.
No, how tall are you?
How tall am I? I'm right at 6 foot.
Let's go.
You thought he was that tall? Do you see that tall to you?
No, look, I don't know if his presence, he felt really tall.
I can understand that.
He felt really tall. Christopher Judge, it says he's only 6'4"?
Yeah, Kevin Sorbo, 6'3".
6'3". Okay, is the meme true that the moment you're over 6 foot, it's like a foot per inch? Because it's a joke on the Fit board. Like it says 4 foot, 5 foot, and there's no difference between 4 foot, 5 foot, and like 5'11". And then it says 6'2", and it's got this giant who's 15 times taller than everybody.
99th percentile of men, 6'3.5".
So I'll say this: I've met Sean Bradley before, and he didn't look 7'6". He looked like he was maybe 6'8". But he's 7'6". But I kid you not, his arms were like as long as I was tall.
Oh, okay, Sean Bradley.
6'2" is 95th percentile. 6'3.5" is 99th percentile.
I'm pretty sure my son is going to be 6'3" because he's 10 years old. He's over 5 foot, and the uncle that he looks like is 6'4".
Did they really call Sean Bradley the Stormin' Mormon?
Stormin' Mormon.
yeah, I think they did.
Pretty good.
Wow.
Gonna go all Joseph Smith.
But yeah, actually, he's a nice guy too. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, so anyway, before we got off on this tangent, I was talking about, we were looking for the Star Trek gift because that's how I felt, right?
Right.
When a Glober starts asking what is about to be the worst straw man question you could imagine, already everyone in the chat's like, "Ooh, I can answer this."
Yeah. Well, the brochure says. It's like, no, dude, don't read out of the brochure.
The brochure says. Yeah.
More accurately, let's just call this a loaded question fallacy.
Yes. Yeah. And they're like, wait, I've got the perfect canned answer. Like, guys,
right.
We got so many canned answers, and it's like, we shouldn't have any answers because that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for truth. So how can we look for truth while we're trying to give answers? What experiments can anyone do in their home to support a flat Earth? Well, you can go outside.
Yeah, I was gonna say step 2, go outside.
Yeah. Get out of your home.
When it's cold outside.
No, not the real light.
Right. It burns my skin. Yeah. Dude, that wasn't it Zahn? We were telling him, like, dude, just go outside. He's like, no, you can't see past 3 miles. So have you never been outside, dude?
I think
Even if that's the case, okay.
We had someone earlier. We had someone earlier who said that the human eye could not see further than 1.2 miles after we showed him the black swan, and so like it was totally incoherent.
That was Zahn, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
That was Zahn. And what's funny is I said to Zahn, I said, wait a minute. If you're driving through Arizona, you can see mountains that are like 90 miles away. No, you can't.
Right. Nuh-uh. Dude, this is what's annoying. Like, they're just reading out of the textbook. They're not even lifting up their eyes and looking out
It's
the window.
the .ws website.
There's a missed opportunity frequently. I don't know if y'all detected this, but when you hear me debate, when they give their premises, where I'm examining, does their conclusion even follow? Right? They want a conclusion, and they might be giving me premises to support it. And so then I'm evaluating, does it follow? Does the concluding premise follow those premises? So let's say if it was the case that the human eye can't see past 1.12 miles, okay. So then you can't know your globe then.
That's true. How do you see ships going over the horizon?
You know, so, and that just shows, it's a powerful way of demonstrating that the argument is just that weak. Like, the premise is appealed to. I don't need to refute the premise. Does the argument even follow?
Yeah, it was so absurd. Like when Jedi told him, like, "Yeah, well, I could see France from England," so. And he was like, "Oh, France is so big," and like he tried to like because France is such a wide landmass, like it means you could see it. Even though, like according to him, the human eye cannot perceive that far. It's just he doesn't think about what he's saying.
It's so big and conspicuous you can't see it.
If y'all
that's
look
why
in
you
the
can see
chat,
it. So it's like it's totally contradictory.
I have a screenshot of the visibility of the area that I was in a couple months ago. If y'all look, visibility 19 miles. Like
miles, yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
They're
What's that? How far away is that?
completely impossible. What are you talking about?
That's right, Level. France has a big butt. Yeah. Where do you get those characters from to make that name?
I found some free one online.
Do you use like a special keyboard?
No, you just it's like different fonts you can select from.
Yeah. What's the name of the app? See if you have the same one as I do.
I forget. I went to like 3 different ones.
Did you go on Google Play or no?
No, just a regular website.
Oh, okay. What is that?
Yeah, we need to get some more really like experienced debaters like present in like the live stream more often.
Yeah. It'd be really cool if we could find a way to dust off the arena somehow. Or maybe I'm just
That was
nostalgic.
cute the way you said that, dust off the arena.
Yeah, dust off the arena, sweep it out.
Yeah, it's been collecting dust a little. It's been collecting dust for a little while.
I think we're going to be doing some restructuring here soon, and we're gonna probably make some changes, major ones and minor ones. But what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to get a lot more people involved in getting good, so to speak.
Mhm.
Because a lot of people don't have the chance to get good. It's like if the OG guys are here, everyone does kind of
Step aside.
They do step aside, and I mean I get it. And it's hard for me to listen in when people are doing a bad job too.
I know. Well, it's like that's the thing. We're being represented by everyone here. So it's like if you're hammered on the live stream, I don't know if I necessarily want you representing me,
Right.
but
Or if you're like trying to give the opposition a model, or if you're
Right.
trying to give them some answer, like maybe we're in an electric universe. It's like please,
right.
because you're opening up more worms, opening up more cans, and spilling them out, and going crazy.
You're opening up avenues of attack for them when you should be the one attacking.
Right. We have Miggy says it all the time. We have an offensive position because we don't have any beliefs. So there's nothing for them to attack.
Well, there's a balance, Mimus. Like sometimes, even I feel like when I'm hosting and maybe a couple guys roll in, I'm looking through the channel to see, all right, who's the best among us? Who could we tag in if we need to? So there is always that element of like, all right, well, if someone's there to plug in if we need to, we can hand the ball off. But it is good to see people that are young and spry and maybe have the energy jump on here and start chatting. We've seen that with we've seen that with like some people like Kevin. I've seen people. I mean, I'm not familiar with him that well, but I've seen him kind of chiming in a little bit more lately. So we do got to let them get their,
That's what I want to start trying. That's exactly what I want to do. I want some of the spring chickens to whatever spring chickens do, not get eaten by fox. Learn how to evade the fox, right?
Right.
And
that's a good way to put it. Yeah.
And
what was that one chicken? Egbert or something like that?
I have no idea. I know the name.
Foghorn Leghorn and the Egbert.
I was going to say, is it Foghorn Leghorn?
Yeah. Let me see if I can find him.
Yeah, he's got to teach the. It's what I feel like. I'm Foghorn Leghorn in here. I'll say, what's wrong with you, boy?
Yeah, that is good enough. But I mean, we need the people to get their reps in because, I mean, it's not like I started off where I'm at, so I had to get some practice. I mean, we've seen people trying, like you can't hit Kim if you're out there. Like we see you trying and other people trying, and the more you do that, the better you'll get. And so, we got to let them get their reps in for sure.
See, I've got to learn to let people get a bloody nose.
Yeah.
Because some people need to learn, because a lot of people, they want to give answers in their debate. And I'm like, okay, you're going to learn. And I just mute. And I try not to listen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I know this is going to go poorly for them, but okay. I used to do that, like in the long ago times. There was a really bad head mod. This is before me and Indio had basically taken over. And he would shut everybody up, and he'd be like, I'm running things. And he was getting jealous of me because I knew how to control a room and I knew how to debate at the same time, right? And so he would always try and go in there and throw his weight around. So when he would come in, I'd just go on mute. And I'd say, I'm going to leave for an hour. I'm just going to listen in for an hour. And every time the room turned into absolute bedlam. He couldn't argue. He didn't know the points. Nothing. He was terrible at it. And he never learned. And we ended up banning him anyway. But yeah, a lot of people do need to get that experience of losing. Because I didn't start off, like, this isn't where I started debating. I started debating back in like 99. like, and it was like the creation versus atheism debates, right? And that's where I cut my teeth at.
Okay.
So that was my introduction to like the forums of the internet, and it's been like that ever since. And sometime around 2011, no, 2009. That's really it. 2009 is where I learned that I had nothing to prove, and that you could attack somebody's argument without presenting an argument. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And it was like learning a cheat code. Like, well, what's your alternative? I said, I didn't present one. I'm just talking about how yours is incorrect.
Yeah, that's what a Glober will try to extract from you, won't they? That's what you have to be careful about giving them answers, because they're trying to extract a position out of you. Give me a stance. Give me something I can argue against. And it's a burden of proof reversal, amongst other things, an attempt to build straw man. So it's, yeah, you're right. You don't need to give them silly answers all the time.
Don't explain.
Dismantle their garbage.
Yeah, because of the internal contradictions that exist in all of their ideas, you don't need any evidence. You can just use their own internal logic to refute them. And that is the master refutation, where if you don't even need an argument to defeat their argument, you know they weren't right. And that's the ultimate win. It's the ultimate win, where you don't even have to present an argument.
Yeah, it goes back to that netty approach. You're just dismantling someone else's,
Yeah.
Another analogy, it's almost like with Santa Claus. Like, if you tell your little siblings that Santa's not real, you don't have to replace Santa with a Santa 2.0. You don't now have to have a new position. You're just teaching them that what they thought was wrong. And so Globers don't like that analogy, but it is true. This whole thing is a lot like Santa Claus. They're just the little kids that still believe. We're the big kids that figured it out.
Yeah. I don't have to prove to you that Santa isn't real. There's internal contradictions. I don't have to replace him. I don't have to prove anything. All I have to do is say this contradicts this, therefore it's false.
They already goofed up by making a position of their own. They've made the claim, and now they're salty. They're like, no, we want you to make a claim now. Let's measure dicks. It's like, no, we're not going to do that.
Tit for tat. Tit for tat. Yeah. The problem is, I don't need refraction with my dick.
Yeah, we talked about that. Didn't we? Refracted dick. And you know what's funny is that the Earth, we think that, well, I won't speak for everyone, but since we've debunked the globe geometry, supposedly the Earth is way bigger. Flat Earth would be way bigger. Our dick is way bigger than this globe Earth. So if y'all want to measure dicks, it's not going to end up well. Let's put it that way.
Well, see, inherent in their claim is both a material and immaterial horizon.
Yeah.
Which is such a, it's not even a subtle contradiction. It's the subtlety of a sledgehammer, right? It's an obvious, blatant, naked contradiction, and just defeat them right there. Just defeat them right there.
Right.
Yeah. The problem is they always go into denial, and that's what you really exemplify and how to hold them to task, because even if they deny it or try to waffle away from it, you won't let them.
Oh, I won't. Like I said, I'm a pit bull that's got a hold of a 2-year-old. I'm not, there's no way I'm stopping. I will dive
y'all know how?
else.
Do y'all know how I figured out that there was no Santa? I never had a fireplace. I was like, how the hell is he getting in here?
At least you were thinking, bro. You were thinking critically at a young age.
Yeah. But that's the thing. Just defeat them without ever having to deploy anything onto the field. Yeah, Sun Tzu even said that. That's the ultimate victory. You've defeated your enemy. Just like where you set your army, you could lead that enemy through a swamp that wrecks them.
I got a meme for that.
I want to see that.
That's how I played the Total War series also, is just, I was like, okay, the AI isn't very good on their side, so I'm just going to run away from them for an hour so I can win this battle. And the AI just got exhausted. Yes, the supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting.
Interesting.
The Santa analogy is actually pretty good because, well, it kind of goes contrary to a little bit of what you're saying, because if, let's say, presents every year showed up underneath a Christmas tree,
Yeah, I know.
and you still didn't know what it was, it would be a pretty interesting topic. It's like, well, then what the hell's doing it? Well, I know it's not Santa, but in the vast majority of cases, it's, there will be an argument among siblings. It's like, it's not Santa. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. It's mom and dad. And then they're like, whoa, wait a minute, So you kind of need an alternative to break them out of the spell.
Yep, your older sister said that, and that's when you punch that bitch in her face.
Yeah, then that's what you're right. I'm glad you kind of called out the analogy, because that would be the one caveat, is that, like, I guess you could, but see, that's the thing.
That evidence exists because of the ignorance of the cause.
But that's why I say there's no Santa 2.0. Your parents aren't Santa 2.0.
Right.
Santa's just made up.
In the argument, you wouldn't, the sibling that kind of knows there's no Santa doesn't try to replace Santa with
another,
Blanta. It's not Santa, it's Blanta.
Yeah, it's
but they do replace the Santa. Santa does get replaced.
Well, what they do is they identify the actual cause, which is the parent. So it's not a replacement. It's the identification of the cause.
Well, that's a little bit semantic, but I see what you're saying.
No, I don't know if it is, because you have like this, because they're going to ask you for a story and explanations. Oh, well, how do you explain this, that, and the other? And what about like the reindeers? And I made reindeer food. Who ate it? The cookies. Who ate it? It's like they're looking for a replacement story, and there isn't.
Right.
So it's just the truth.
If the older sister didn't know it was the parents and just explained it some other way because she didn't know for sure, that's what we mean by a replacement. But if the yeah, go ahead.
To be fair, I'd be quite alarmed if I found quadruped poop on my roof.
I wouldn't want anyone to be coming on my roof. Call the cops. Pervert.
Yellow drugs.
But no, I mean, that is an interesting caveat. But yeah, no, just there isn't a Santa 2.0, and that's usually what I say. Is like, but that's what they're asking you for when it comes to flat Earth. They're like, well, give me a model, give me a shape, give me a story. Yeah. And the only answer is just go outside. The flat Earth is where the grass is, outside. So there is no like other story I can create for you. That's just, it is what it is. And it's not what they said it was.
We created this whole place because we wanted to play this really long game to just tell them to touch grass.
And it's funny because we hit the ultimate Uno reverse card. They'll come here and be like, oh, you flat earthers need to go outside. It's like, yeah, we all did and tested the earth itself. And that's how we know it's not a globe. What did you do? I watched YouTube.
Have you gone outside? No, not really.
I love it when they tell us to climb a tree.
Climb a tree. Oh my!
And we would actually say, "Oh, you're using this article because this is number 3 on that article that you're reading from."
Yep.
And we knew exactly what they were saying.
That's that .ws website, man. Have y'all ever been to that .ws website?
No, I don't really look at. I don't look at flat Earth or anti-flat Earth material.
Right.
I don't look at anything.
It's flatearth.ws, and it's literally a website created just to argue against flat Earth.
Oh,
Yeah.
we have all the cards. They're all in the server. There's a channel for all of them.
Yeah, it's probably down there.
Let me see if I can post it.
Yeah, I've come across their memes, but I've never been to the actual site.
Yeah, they're all on there. Every single one of them.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to. I don't pay attention to the opposition, and I don't pay attention to the support.
A lot of it is just blatant lies. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'll listen to them. I'll hear what they're saying. I'm like, oh, you got that from that .ws website. Huh? What? What do you mean? And it's like, I know you're looking at it. I've seen it there myself. Just going through it and seeing what's on there. I can tell you everything that you're reading on there. Like the way you're arguing it, you're reading it verbatim.
Yeah. My operational philosophy is this. Is I don't need to know any of the nuances of like what the latest hot stuff is that they're trying to bring up or anything like that. Or even, quote unquote, our side. Because if someone can come in here and show me measured curvature, I'm done.
Yeah.
I had a fun time, but yeah, I'm done. If they can show me measured curvature, no problem. Okay. But like they can't, so it doesn't matter. Because that's the only argument that actually exists. Everything else that they have created, every single derived supposition, every single, argument that lands in the delta to nowhere is all because they do not want to address the axiom. And the axiom is the Earth measures flat.
If it's not curved, what's it doing? It's flat.
Nothing. It's flat. So, as long as that proof exists, there is any idea they have about stars, skies, whatever, planes, radio signals, Phil and his like super cell phones. It none of it matters because they don't have geometry. And that's
okay, but I was just going to say, flat is a story that, it has many questions attached to it. People are going to start to think, okay, what does that mean? And ultimately what I'm getting at is that you have to come back and say, well, we don't really know. So they'd have to give up their story for, I don't know. Or
they'd have to be comfortable with going back to the wonderment of a child saying, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, and imagine the hit to the ego because, you have all this belief that you have all this knowledge. You've been telling all these flat earthers that they're dumb and stupid because they don't understand. So accepting it is not easy.
Nope. Ego gets in the way. But yeah, it is. You have to learn to be comfortable with not knowing because I don't know what they think. See, they think they know. Somebody's hot in my thing. Okay. But I don't see why it's so hard to just say I don't know. Because if you're saying that we know this, we know that, we know this, we know that, about things that you think are billions of miles away or whatever, and this goes for everything, the moment you say, I know, then the curiosity's dead. The exploration is dead. The science is dead because what you've done is you've completely imprisoned the way you look at it. I don't know is the best position to have if you really love science. It's, I don't know what's going on. Now I can figure it out. But if you've been told this is what it is, and you believe this is what it is, believe to the point that you're certain, you'll never know if it's something else. You'll never know if you're wrong.
On the flip side, confidence in knowing is also what kind of empowers achievement and conquering problems in the world. You just you might not know that you can solve the problem, but if you just believe that you can and you know that you can, you actually do solve the problem.
That's true, but typically that works when there's concrete problems that you can calculate and you can see and you can overcome. Like there's a wall in front of you. Do you go through it? Do you go around it? Do you go over it? And
yeah, good point.
But it's like it's like the stories about creation, the stories about the world, the things that are actually unknowable from a human perspective. They have confidence in when it's impossible to know them.
You can understand, though, that they want to have confidence in knowing these problems because they want to solve the deepest problems, which are, the problems of death, the problems of who are we, where are we, these kind of existential questions. There's a desire to hurdle over that,
Right. I think all of what they say about, I think that kind of certainty leads to the death of existential thought.
Yeah.
Because certainty, where there's certainty, there is no growth. At least when it comes to moving forward. So if you're dealing with markets, if you're dealing with things that have real repercussions, like people's lives are at stake, or there's money at stake, and there's reputations at stake, you have to be right. You have to be certain. So your math has to be right. It's got to reflect reality. There has to be science that backs everything up. So with all that stuff, I put all that stuff to the side. That's not the stuff that I would be addressing. I address their big question unknowns that they claim with this kind of rock solid certainty, like the Big Bang and this and that and the third. And those are the things I'm really concerned about, because all the other stuff we deal with every day, like putting air in the tire, whatever things we're certain of, things we're certain that we know we need to do.
Well, would you say that you have a similar desire to, if it were possible, be certain about some of the questions, like where do we live, and these bigger existential questions?
I'm certain about this. I can't answer that. And what it is I'm certain about this, that it is impossible for me to know some things. Like, will I, as a human in a living body, ever understand death? And the answer is no. I'll have to die to understand it.
Okay, but if we take it down a notch and say you might be able to know that there is a dome and it's made of a new elemental material that we never knew about, that's something I can imagine is a possibility.
I could imagine. Here's what I'll say. I could imagine that at some point someone could reach such a theoretical dome and bring back evidence of it. I don't write it off. That's why I say I don't know, because an I don't know is I'm okay with going out to check on it. But if somebody says I know it's not there, will they ever go out to check?
Right. That's why when I talk about flat Earth with friends and family and such, I'll point out it's possible that there's a dome there. Of course, I don't know that, okay, but I present that as a story that fulfills that sort of drive to kind of gain some certainty on this question of where do we live and what's the dynamics of our physical reality.
The caveat, the word possibility. So if you caveat with a speculative remark, yeah, that's fine. Speculation's fine. I love speculation. And when you hear us start to speculate, we'll go into some we'll put ourselves into existential crisis, because that's fun. But yeah, speculation's just fine. I always just tell everyone, always preface that what you're saying is speculation, so that someone doesn't take what you're saying as this is what they actually, truly, absolutely believe. Because a lot of times we'll say something that, like, maybe it's an idea we have, and usually people think that's what you believe, right? Like, well, I heard you say it, and it's like, well, I was just speculating, So I just communicate to where I make sure that people understand what I'm saying when I do.
The conversations often go to morality, God, there's very existential things, and objective truths versus subjective truth. And, it could be said that in our human existence, we are always speculating,
Yeah. And that's the thing. It may be the only growth a human has is to not know everything. It may be that's part of like our experience, in bodies. That in this form, we are limited in our knowledge. We're even limited in our ability to gain knowledge, and a lot of this we have to share with each other, right? And so that might be part of the experience that we're required to go through. Like how does a human grow? Could a human grow if he knew everything?
No, he's a full cup. He cannot add any more.
Yeah, if we didn't start off as deceived, where would the revelation of truth ever manifest?
Here's an interesting.
What was that?
I was gonna say. Here's an interesting thought: is if you can have any truth, if you can say anything is true, let's say objectively, then that there's an avenue for growing that capacity for these sort of basic, fundamental, objective truths, and then you're on the the race. You're off to the races of like, okay, well, we can gain some truths. Let's see how far we can gain relative to objective truth, and then. So it's kind of endemic in the human capacity to believe that they have a chance at getting at truth, and then that ends up leading them astray because they're just overly confident in falsehoods. But there is a capacity for truth,
Yeah, if someone was to give me like the genie in a bottle, whatever, said you can have one single truth. I will grant you one single truth. What is it? And I would say, I want to know what I want exactly. That's it. That's the truth I'd ask for.
Not bad. I would have to agree with that.
That's the truth I want. Is I want to know definitely with absolute certainty what I want. Because a lot of us go through life not actually knowing.
Maybe that's go ahead.
Sorry, I would argue that everyone goes through life not actually knowing. Right. Some believe differently, though.
Yeah. It's the most individual. It is the most individual thing. Like, what's the thing I want the most? What is it that I want? Whatever it's what I want out of life, whatever I want to achieve, whatever I want to do. What is it? There's a thing that I want, and I think everybody has a different one. Some are similar, but I think everyone, that's that individual thing. Like there are other objective truths, right? Like what's the truth about the nature of existence? Like are we in a dome? What are we in? Like, are we on a shape? Like those are objective things about the material world. But as far as truth goes, I'm not interested in having those truths revealed to me. I want the inner truth revealed to me,
Yeah, you might even be able to say that, our objective quote unquote material world is actually secondary or a byproduct of our exploration of what we want in life as like beings.
So it's like this world that we're in is just something that we're here to experience, whether in a deception or not, because it's the inner person that's going to grow by exploring it and discovering it and having like spiritual and, metaphysical revelations about it.
Yeah, we should interact with it as much as possible to get as much as we can out of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree. I mean, if you don't interact with it, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, okay, if you come with logic, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah, I think we're like approaching a new model of reality insofar as like reality is not a material construct upon which life has formed. It's more like, a consciousness-based basis for understanding quote unquote reality, whether you call it physical reality or whatever. And like a complete shift, like, which is some people call a simulation, but of course that always goes into like the Elon Musk version of like some alien species has simulated us or something.
Yeah, teenage alien in his bedroom made us. Yeah.
But yeah,
I do simulations analogously a lot, but only in as much as it represents the hierarchical structure of reality. Not literally, like not lines of code and all that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, well, like ancient Hindus had the idea that it's a dreamer, Vishnu, and it's like we're in a dream. That's sort of like a simulation. Using ancient terminology. Now we have computers, so we use modern terminology. But yeah, you'd need to, whichever language you use, you have to represent it within the structure of reality insofar as there's a logical basis to reality.
Yeah. I was going to go with either Sheogorath from the Elder Scrolls, or I was going to go with Azathoth from Lovecraft, the Dreaming Gods.
Right.
What kind of computing power would you need to literally simulate this reality? Sheesh.
You would need a consciousness. You couldn't have it couldn't be a computer. It'd have to be a consciousness. So
that's a good question, though. That was a good question. Like, yeah, I was just thinking the exact same thing. Like, you'd need a lot of computing power to do that. But who's to say there's not like a computer the size of the Earth or some shit, or bigger? I don't know. Or maybe maybe the brain's big enough to just hold everything.
Where are you going to place this computer that's the size of the Earth?
Yeah.
It has to be in its own reality, right?
Say size of the Earth, you mean the flat Earth or the globe Earth?
The Earth that holds
size of which
big computer that big. I don't care what shape it is.
Man, Tony, whatever you're taking, man, give me some of that.
Oh yeah, I just got some weed called. What's it called? It's called Shipwrecked. It's really good.
I was just joking. I don't do anything.
Oh well, okay, I do, and it's great. Sorry to interrupt, though. Sorry, my bad.
When I think about simulation and this kind of bigger picture, I end up coming to the point of like, why does it matter what shape the Earth is? I mean, ultimately, if it's a simulation, let's say it's a self-simulation, it's in accord with Logos, there's a prime identity, to this simulation. But at that level of this is a self-simulated reality, it becomes less important what the shape is or any objective quality or measurement.
I think
actually,
with any of the sophisticated thinking done on the subject is, like, to me, the shape of the Earth is not important. What it is, it's a jumping off point to almost like a built-in ability to a paradigm shift, right? So let's say you live a normal completely life in the mundane world. And I'm using that word mundane on purpose. And because the mundane is not spiritual, right? The mundane is the temporal world. So you live in this temporal world, everything's totally normal. And what is there that would ever shock you into kind of a spiritual paradigm shift? It'd be the realization that the entire universe you understood didn't exist. Right?
I think it would be the realization of anything that you don't normally think day to day, like going out your day, you work, this and that, something that jogs you, like something you run into that's so, it's like, the next day you'll never be the same. I think it could be just as simple as that. Just something that just makes you, like, the next day you're going to be a different person because what happened that night or that day affected you so much. I think that's enough to make you grow and go to the next step and find out what's going on, because you need something to jog your memory, or jog your mind, like knock you out of, like, okay, I'm the mundane life. You need something to jog you out of that so you can progress through and get to the next level, up and up. If that makes sense. I don't know if it does.
No, I mean, that's basically what I said. So, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
I didn't hear that, but okay.
Okay. So what happens is you have this spiritual paradigm shift because your entire world gets deconstructed, the whole world that you believed and trusted in. And now your mind is open to the realities. So I don't think it's the shape of the earth or the truth about the earth itself, because the earth is a temporal place, a material, physical place. I don't think that's what's important. I think what's important is what you do after that.
I mean, what you do after that is going to be, it's still going to be the material. It's still going to be, I mean, granted, there's a good time to be like out of your mind, like out of your head and like analyzing everything. Like at the end of the night, you analyze it the whole day and you see, okay, what did I do wrong today? Or what can I do tomorrow to make things better than I was this day? I think that's what it's supposed to stimulate, that part of your brain. I don't think I'm saying this right.
Yeah. Cecilion, what do you think? Do you think that's like a rational way of putting it? Like it's a good it's good for changing your worldview so that you're open to other possibilities, but that's not the thing important.
Well, my mind goes to why do we have this instinctual desire to have other people wake up?
Yes, that's a good point. That's a good point.
I think it's probably, I don't like the word, but programmed into us. In that, we've gone through these cycles before of like, worldwide revelation, collapse, kind of the cycle of the self-cleaning oven.
So we haven't, but we've had people from our past do it and then transcribe it on something to tell us this is how it was when everything turned to shit. We haven't felt what it really feels like to go through shit. No, meteor coming and we're going to die or some shit. Like, we haven't gone through that. Some of us probably gone through like wars and stuff, obviously, but I mean, we're on Discord right now, chilling and talking. So I mean, it can't be that bad.
Yeah, I was like, death doesn't bother me.
Well, it's inevitable.
That if it comes, if it doesn't matter. It's just
going to come. It's going to come. Like, that's the one thing that's guaranteed is death. Everything else is just a crapshoot. Or not crapshoot. I mean, you can control the craps, but everything else is just like, okay, how am I going to do this to get to this, and how am I going to make it here to do this? But guaranteed you're going to die though, and that like thinking about that and how am I going to deal with it and what's going to feel like. No one, you just don't know. Like, I've been asking that question a lot lately. Like, if someone has a stroke, I've asked them, like, what does it feel like? Give me exactly how you felt when you have it. And like, they're like, what? And I'm like, I just can explain it to me because I want to know. Or a heart attack. I want to know exactly what it feels like so I can be ready for it. And it's scary too when you go that deep. You're like, fuck, man, this shit's could happen.
It's interesting. Nobody knows what happens after death. So if you just take that syntax, nobody knows what happens after death. It implies that there is no basis to death as an experiential knowledge level aspect to human or any life form. Like death is unknowable because it's the only thing that's really not real, you know?
Yes, it's the one thing that's pure speculation. It's the one thing that is pure speculation. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's speculating, and well, that's the wrong word. But anyways, that's what I'm saying.
Physical, yeah. I don't. The death that occurs is not of you; it's of your meat bag, your meat suit. But
which is just a projection of the simulation.
It's the you. Like you are the ego, you are the soul. And you
are we talking about solipsism? Are we? Wait, is this solipsism? Wait, are you guys talking about solipsism or what?
This isn't solipsism. No.
Well, it's a
no,
form
but
of
it can.
for sure.
You're right. Solipsism is definitely something that is part of this conversation. But no, I don't think it necessitates solipsism.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think it's an aspect of it. It's part of it. I mean, it sounds like at least, which is you could say great. You know, I mean.
It's interesting. You could say, You could say the universe. You could say there is a solipsistic aspect to reality if there's a prime identity distributed over everything, which would be God. You know,
prime identity. I like that. It's prime identity. I'm sorry to interrupt you, man. Prime identity. I like that. It's kind of. So that's what I was thinking. Like, if it was a simulation or something. I'm sorry, I'm talking so much, but I'm sorry. I say sorry so much. Anyways, if there was like one person that was controlling all this, and like we were just like offshoots of their mind, like the energy going through their brain, and it would spark us, and then we're created, and then we're thinking, fuck, goddamn, how do I say this? Anyways. There would have to be one just complete. I guess God. Yeah, never mind. Hey, I just came up with God. Good job. Thank you.
So I don't think it could ever be like some alien species or something that did it, or because then who created their reality, right? You just keep asking that question. Are they in a simulation as well?
They self-simulate. It self-simulated.
It's kind of like for example, the Tom Cruise movie, the one where he keeps when he dies, he goes back in time, back to where he died. It's this kind of like sparking that in my mind, you know, like
Jesus
there's
Christ.
one control, there's one hub that's controlling everything, all reality, and you are stuck in that person's reality. I don't know.
I think the globe model can technically self-simulate, right? Because it's just randomness, right? Whereas the flat Earth, I don't think can be a self-simulation without any intelligence behind it. Right, because on the flat Earth you have the heavens, the sun, moon, and stars. They all have a purpose. Everything on Earth has a purpose. How did the Earth become leveled? Right? How can a self-simulation give you a leveled Earth?
But how
completely flat surface? Someone would have had to have consciously leveled it.
A self, yeah, that's right. A self did that. So it is just another term you could say for God, right, or the creator.
When we say self-simulate, do you mean like just like randomness?
Oh no,
no.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
There's a better word.
Yeah, it doesn't mean random. Right.
Teleology.
Chaos would be part of it. I mean, chaos would be part of it, but
as far as I know, the only mythicist who ever created a sleeping god that was actually called the idiot god was Lovecraft, and that was Azathoth. That means the dreamer. It was the god who dreamed is dreaming about reality, but the god is completely unaware of reality.
You love video games, man. Holy shit.
Well, Lovecraft was a writer. Lovecraft was a writer.
Oh, okay, my bad. It sounds like a video game. I don't mean disrespect. It just sounds like a video game.
So
anyway, the title of that book is it called "The Dream Quest of Unknown Kadath"?
No, well, Azathoth is mentioned in a lot of Lovecraft stuff.
Well, it said that this was his first appearance. Would that be his best appearance in whichever book of Lovecraft?
He actually doesn't appear in any of them.
Oh.
Because he's outside. Azathoth is the center of all chaos. He's outside of the reality of Lovecraft's world.
See, he's a real fan because he knew that shit. He was like, no, yeah. He's not doesn't appear in any of them.
So
that was good.
If I wanted to read one of Lovecraft's books about the dream gods, would I start with the one that I mentioned?
Not the Dream Quest, because that's actually about the alternative dream world that is an alternate reality that takes place in the collective dreams of like everybody. So it's not that's different. So I guess if you wanted to read about like stuff about like the dreaming god, the Dreams in the Witch House has him in it.
Has anyone read Ted Decker in here? He has like, or like he can jump from like time. He jumps from time. He has like like his other. He can communicate with his other lives, like his other past and stuff.
Oh man, if only.
Yes, he can do that. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I was actually on
my bad.
Oh yeah, we derailed him. Go ahead, me.
Derailed me. So I think that's the only god that I've ever heard of where the dream or the manifestation of the god is actually just chaos. So I think the other manifestations of a divine consciousness are all ordered.
Well, Loki is chaos, and that's
no Loki is a lower created. That's a created god. Loki was a created god.
They're all created. We're all humans. No one knows who created God.
No. When I say created, I mean he was part of a pantheon of created gods.
Oh, well, created gods still like it still comes from like Zeus and that era. Like and people at that time thought they were real. Like we think Christianity and Jesus is real. They thought just as heavy as anyone Christians in here think. That
No. You got it all wrong. You got it all wrong. Those pantheons were real. Just like Jesus Christ was real.
Well, they say there was more than. I mean, why would?
I love this real man.
Why in the Bible would they say?
Are real?
Are real? Yes, they are real. All of
this is what I love about humans is just like the human race is that our egos are so fucking like big that we think that we can define a god or know what God's real. It's fucking crazy.
They define themselves.
No, they don't define themselves. We define them.
The created gods do define themselves.
No, not one created god has ever, if you call them created, has ever defined themselves to anyone.
Well, they've defined themselves through what they say, what they did, things like that.
No. They would come down like they did back in the day and be like, hey, you know what? I'm Zeus, and fucking here's a lightning bolt the size of your fucking, your body, and I'm gonna fucking, whatever. I mean, like, they don't do that anymore. There's no, like, defined proof that there's anything like that. They didn't do that back then either. That was all just mythological. Like,
no, all that happened.
Oh, you're a troll, aren't you? Are you fucking with me?
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Are you? Because how can you know that? You're not smarter than I am, or I'm not smarter than you. How can you know that?
Do you live on a flat Earth?
You know that.
Do you live on a flat Earth?
I live on Earth.
But is it
in reality?
But is it flat?
Who gives a fuck about the shape? We're talking about gods right now. I don't care if it's flat.
But I'm asking you, is it flat?
No, it's definitely. I don't think it's flat. No, I can't say definitely of anything because it could be a simulation.
You live on a globe in a heliocentric universe.
Well, I mean, when I look in the sky, I see that we are heliocentric. We are spinning around the sun. So, yeah.
Well, yeah.
I mean, we are.
I have no reason to not believe in the gods.
Yeah, you don't. No, of course. And I didn't say you have no reason not to. I would never do that because I'm not you, and I'm not. So think that I'm so fucking smart and powerful that I could be like, you know what, you're 100% wrong. No, hell no.
So the ancients who built things that we could never build and were way smarter than us, are you saying they were wrong?
I'm saying we built things that the ancients could never build.
Like what?
Oh, like cell phones.
Wait,
they could never do that, but we can never build a pyramid like they did because the money it's not feasible because people are fucking so addicted to money that they'd be like, oh my god, we got to spend this much money to put 70 fucking ton rocks, like 1 million of them on top of each other. They would never do it.
It's
we're
quite
too
the opposite.
We're too shallow now.
Completely opposite, bro.
Well, I also had to spend money on it.
When we compare everybody's mythologies, why are they all the same?
Yeah, they didn't have cell phones back then to communicate about everything and conspire together.
Because we're all humans. And in the end, we have the same brain that comes to the same realizations of things. And we get one stimulation, and it takes to the next one, and it always ends up, especially when it comes to fear, if someone's scared about something or like bad things are happening in the world, they instantly want to go to.
No.
We have to have someone to.
No. I'm asking why the mythologies all line up.
Because bad things happened in the past, and people needed to justify why they happened. Because
have you read the mythologies?
He's not listening to you.
Yes, I am.
Have you read the mythologies?
I've read them, and I'm trying to tell you like where they come from. Like in my mind, what they come from, I don't know. But I know humans though, because I'm a human. And I've been on this earth for 44 years,
right?
And I
so
know
they just wrote down things that were lies.
They wrote down things in that were going down, like in their head. Like yes, how do you know that wasn't like fiction or nonfiction? How do you know that they weren't just writing a story?
Because they built temples to them.
Hey, I live right in Gatlinburg, and there's a fucking what is that? The Ringling Brothers or the Ripley's Believe It or Not. Now, if that was the only thing to be standing, and someone came like in the future or the past and saw that, they'd be like, "Oh my God, these people are fucking. They're all like, magical and fucking crazy." When it's just like. It's not that way.
Why would that survive? Why would that building survive?
No, it was an example of like I'm just saying like the pyramid survived. So whatever happened there, which is amazing. Like their harmonics room is fucking amazing. The fact that they moved it, I think there was like definitely help from other people at the time. Because this is what I think. Let me just say it right now. I'm sorry. I think that we've been through many civilizations. Like the world has been destroyed and we've grown back up and got to a certain point and they got destroyed again. I think this is not our first time we've had cell phones or pyramids or whatever. Like I think this has happened many times before because
cell phones.
Yeah, you said they didn't have cell phones and they didn't have any technology.
Cell phones. I'm talking about just technology to the point. I'm not talking about cell phones. I'm just talking about. I'm using it as an analogy to amazing technology.
Not so important. It's here's the problem: is that everything the ancients did in the past was repeated and repeated. Yeah, that's true. And there's ancient civilizations. Civilizations have risen. Civilizations have come and gone.
Right. You know what? We're going to be ancients to someone. That's what I'm saying. We will be the ancients.
No, but the question is, why would you say that the gods weren't real?
Because right now, and I'm sure at that time there were how many different? There's 2,000 different denominations. There's a shit ton of gods. That's why. Because each person in their civilization has created a god, and then.
There's not a shit god, and no human has ever created a god. Okay, you're not answering any questions.
No, he's not.
Scientology. That's a created god. That's a created fucking religion. That's
what god? That's created. What's the name of their god?
Xenu.
Xenu.
Really?
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
They created it, and who's to say in like 2,000 years that Scientology won't be like our Christianity now? Who's to say?
I don't think I've smoked enough weed to start thinking like that.
Well, it's reality, though. I mean, like when you think about it, like if you pigeonhole yourself in one fucking religion. I'm sorry to cuss. I apologize, guys. I'm just cussing, but I'm sorry if I disrespect anyone or anything. I'm just, I feel.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care.
The only reason Scientology is known.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I was just going to say the only reason why Scientology is why you even have that term in your vocabulary is because Hollywood has made it famous. I don't think that religion would survive without that. And,
well, no, it came from New York because the publishing company that published whatever Slumbers stuff was from New York, so it wasn't from LA. So it's you talk about the industry. It was this entertainment industry.
Here's the thing. Has anyone ever, let's say, been sawn in half to defend Scientology?
Yes, William Wallace from fucking Braveheart.
Sawn in half to defend Scientology.
Oh no! Well, no, not yet.
Have there been a lot of martyrs?
Well, that depends on if Tom Cruise did one of his wives have a C-section?
No. I'm talking about public executions. defending.
Why does execution have to do with anything? Like people kill
hold on,
people
I'm asking,
for mundane reasons.
You said Scientology could be the future Christianity, and you're the one who said.
No, any religion could be. That's what I'm saying. I just use Scientology as a
I know, but I'm trying to show you that your ability to make analogies is not that good, because Scientology is clearly a modern fictional creation.
Yeah, the problem is your ability to know what I'm saying in my analogy is wrong. Like you don't know how to decipher analogies properly. If you're going to tell me I don't know how to make one, in reality, you don't know how to decipher them.
Deciphering this wrong? Does anyone else think?
No, I'm kind of on board in the same boat with you.
Because I've read everything that happened to like the early Christians and stuff.
Thank you. What's your reason for being on board with him? Could you tell me that, please? I want.
Because I'm actually about to tell you. Because she knows what I'm.
No, I've asked her, and she said something, and I want to know what's her why she said that.
I think when he's talking, you're trying to think of the next thing you want to say, and you're not really listening to him. So. I'm not trying to be rude to you or anything. Yes, because you're not answering questions and stuff like that. Okay,
I'm answering questions in the next. Does anyone else in here think that I'm answering the question properly? If not, I'll leave because that's ridiculous. Because someone's calling me things like being here.
You need to slow down, bro. Take a breath.
Yeah, you're rapid firing. Right?
Yeah, it's been a while. I'll tell you guys the truth. I'm sorry. It's been a while, like 6 months since I've been on Discord. And I'm a little excited right now, but still, what I'm saying is
chill.
I just want to go over, and I didn't bring up Christianity. You did. So I'm going to go with Christianity here. I want to go over that a lot of early Christians were murdered, burned at the stake, chopped in half, and went to their deaths to defend Christianity.
So did Vikings. So did all the religions have had martyrs.
Wait. Stop. Don't just think of the next thing you're going to say.
I'm not doing that. You just said something, and I told you the counter of it.
You just did. Yes.
How? Because I didn't say what you wanted me to say.
Why are
I told you what I wanted to say.
Stop.
I don't want to listen to that.
Because
never mind, man. God damn it! I thought this room was going to change, man. But you guys are still fucking dumb as fuck.
Here's what happens.
Wait, can I jump in? Can I jump in real quick and just say, where this conversation derailed or started in this direction was when we were talking about too bad.
Holy shit! Wow.
Well, that wasn't a debate or anything. That was anxiety.
No, that was a person who was high as the Empire State Building, and
it was anxiety. That's all it was. It was anxiety with respect. It shouldn't have gone into a debate. Honestly, he didn't have bad points. He was saying, "How do you know that gods are real? Couldn't they just be human creations out of the human mind?"
It's a rational question. It's a rational question, but he wasn't being a rational person.
Right, agreed. Because there was high tension, because this is a public forum and it's being streamed or whatever. And
I was being nice.
It shouldn't have been a debate.
So when you brought up the question to him, how come all the religions are parallel? I thought of that question when I used to watch Ancient Aliens. When I watched Ancient Aliens, I had that thought. Wait a minute, they didn't have no way to communicate with each other. Why is everything similar?
Yeah, just to be clear, though, I don't say that religions are parallel. I say mythologies.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Mythologies are like cultural memories. They're cultural stories.
Oh.
So they're not religious.
Ties into why the constellations have this sort of cross-cultural similarity.
Right.
It is fascinating. It's like, yeah.
Well, my point still makes sense, even though I didn't.
I know what you meant. You meant the mythologies that I was talking about.
Yeah, how is it possible they could all be similar?
Hey, Jenny,
they travel on boats and like that, but
Jenny, could you turn your mic down a little bit again?
Right. Oh man, what other setting could it be? I opened up my settings earlier.
I don't know, but I could hear you from across the room.
Holy shit, I don't want to be like that. Okay, hold on.
Is it just
how's that? Is that better?
Or does she have a loud mic?
Why don't you just turn her down?
Yeah.
Why don't you just turn her user volume down then?
Well, Still,
all right, what do I sound like now?
I could do that. I could just turn her user volume down, but if her volume's high, then everyone new who comes in is going to have to figure out how to do that too.
You don't think other people can figure out how to right click and then drag a little thing down?
How about I just ban you?
Oh, you do that.
Yeah, I'm just going to get rid of you.
First,
You're gonna ban me because I told you to right click and turn her volume down.
Because you sound like a cunt.
I sound
No. Okay, how many women do we get in? Come on, you guys. Come on.
No, she's
Beam, I
been
know
giving me trouble. She's been giving me trouble for 2 days.
Oh, okay.
Meme, you did say the woman was talking too loud.
I did. I said, "Hey,
am I loud? I want to know that."
Like, by the way, that's what Alishness didn't like. And her mic.
Mic check. Mic check.
Yeah.
Am I still horrendously loud?
A little bit. A little bit.
I'll turn down some more. Okay, what about now? Does that make any difference?
That's better.
It's better.
Okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, I don't want to be loud to everyone, to the lady who came in all fucking harsh and abrasive. You know, you don't think we can tell that? I think it's called passive aggressiveness.
Yeah. If she had been directly mean, that had been fine. But she just went snarky.
Wait, did you actually ban her?
Yeah, I banned her. She's gone.
Oh, that's too bad. That would have been a fun little debate.
Yeah, if I saw some girl the C word, she's gone.
Yeah, that was a little bit cunty. I'd have to agree, really honestly. I mean, okay, this goes for anybody. I don't know. I just think you took a better logical approach at that. We'll just leave it at that.
Well, all I was going to say, the only point I wanted to tell him was, look, a lot of people died for this over here. Voluntarily went to their deaths for it. I don't think you can compare it to Scientology. The early Christians he was comparing it to were mostly poor.
I think what he meant actually to say was that, I don't know, like Scientology would be the next popular religion.
I mean, it's just, if he meant to say that, he shouldn't have been in here high trying to debate.
Oh my God, he was so fucking high, dude. His mind was racing. You could so tell he was having a good old time. And then he got mad.
I think he was saying that it's possible that Scientology in 1,000 years could be the surviving religion, but that I don't think would be possible. I don't think.
I wanted him to put his assertion into some kind of context. Like, let's talk about a long-lasting religion, and a long-lasting religion is Christianity as we know it, right?
Right.
But it went through a growth period that looks nothing like it. It went through a growth period that would establish something long-lasting. Scientology hasn't done that.
Yeah, I mean, L. Ron Hubbard was like, I bet you I can make a religion, and that's where Scientology was born.
That's why I always, the fantasist and mythicist, I always screw with them. I have to. Because they do not base any of their opinions in any kind of reality. It's kind of this fantasy thing. So, has he been here before? Did anyone recognize him?
Yeah.
I feel like something familiar about him, but I can't put my finger on it. But yeah, don't do coke.
I know, that's exactly what he was or snorting Adderall. I mean, who knows? But
just
no, he might think a lot, and then now he has an opportunity to speak, and a lot of thoughts are coming out, and it's sort of the condition of our society where we're all isolated. We don't really talk to each other, but we think a ton, and it's hard to actually break the ice and talk to people, especially live or whatever. And
well, I don't think I was being aggressive with him.
Yeah, but he took it that way because our culture is aggression. It is a shame. It's hard to have philosophical conversations now because it's always us versus them, and we've been kind of conditioned to be, political in everything, and so.
See, this is the weird thing, right? So I consider myself a spiritual Christian man, right? And I have plenty of conversations. Now, I do have a lot of existentialist thought, so I'm going to always caveat that. But I have very good conversations, friendly conversations with people I disagree with on metaphysics. So I have Muslim friends, I have some Jewish friends, I have Mormon friends, and the way I present everything and talk to them, and this is in real life, face to face, is we're disagreeing, but I only encourage the positive things to say about something, and so we have very good discussions.
Productive. Wow.
Very productive. And I didn't feel like he was looking for something productive. It felt to me like he was right on the edge of wanting to actually bash religion just in general.
Well, he was trying to make a point. He was standing on his ground, and I think it had to do with religion is a man-made construct, and
I mean, shit.
Yeah, of course. So it's like, you're right, man. It is born out of the human mind. What else can there be except that which is in human mind?
One thing I've never understood, though, is like, you can't define God. It's like, yeah, you can. You can create a structure in which you define God, and you have defined a God.
Right. Yeah, I kind of wanted to jump in and say, like, it's logic or logos. That's why it's called logos, and it's kind of instilled into our thought.
If I said I defined God as that which brought order to chaos, I have successfully defined God. Right? If I wanted to say that there was a created pantheon of gods, and then I defined them as gods that were created, I have just defined them. Yeah, sure, it's from a human perspective, but what other perspective is there?
Well, one thing you said was the pantheon of gods, Zeus, and all of them are real. So that's what it was. Those are real. And then he's like, well, no, they're not. They're human constructs.
That actually triggered him.
Right.
Because I don't think any of the ancient gods are real.
Hello. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
What's happening?
See, to me, it's kind of like he was denying that the ancients experienced something. That's really what it is I don't deny that the ancients experienced what they say they experienced.
Right. What they thought they...
Even if they were wrong, it's what they said. He was like, no, they were just telling stories. It's like that. And to me, that's just the height of modernist humanistic thinking, is that because we know everything. Now, this is what I was talking about with certainty. Because we know everything now, nobody else knew anything. Or they were all liars and charlatans and made things up, Because now we're evolved, real. So
when we lie to people, we consider their belief. Also, I think to experience any of that, it depends on your belief and the people around you watching their beliefs. You know what I mean? It's an operation. Lying spirits, in my opinion. It's in the Bible too. So yeah, belief.
Like scientism.
Yeah, so I mean, how can we experience something, right? If we believe that the earth is a ball and everything is just matter and there's no such thing as spirit. Like what we're going to experience is more of that if we're going the wrong way. You know what I mean? If people are working against us, then this is good that we don't experience that. Now we can say, we figured it out, right, Neil deGrasse? It's not a demon possession, it's a seizure, right? Things like this. Belief.
So basically, in 300 years from now, when they update the science textbooks, it'll be like a lot different than the way it is now.
Well, yeah, it totally depends on what authority structure is existing in 300 years. It's not even science or like truth. It's really who has the gun, and are you willing to stand against the gun, or are you willing to submit to the gun? In my opinion,
Same thing with history, right? Whoever could.
What makes you guys think?
Controlled narrative.
What makes anybody think we're going to make another 300 years? With the technology and the rate that we're developing technology, people are saying we're not even going to make it to 2050 before we self-destruct, or something even worse.
It's okay.
300 years.
Hey, look, it could be all of us in here are dead, but that's okay. It's no problem. Because look, whoever it'd be their job to look back and find out everything. It's fine. No problem. Nothing to be afraid of.
Hey, here's some experiences you might want to have. A really good filet mignon steak.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Get your heart broken.
Yeah. These are the experiences that are worth having, with your families, in my opinion, preferably. You'll have...
Ooh, meme. Remember, I think you were talking about Lovecraft still, or maybe it was the other dude that mentioned somebody, that some mythical god was able to retrieve his former life information. That, I don't know, that would make somebody pretty powerful.
He was talking about that. Fortunately, I don't believe in time, so there's no such thing as time travel.
What?
Time isn't...
Well, that goes to the self-simulation hypothesis. A lot of people are actually, like, even traditional academic people will say that, time and space are actually, they're out. They're doomed, as they would say. And then, you have to reconsider reality on new principles. And,
like if I were to...
So then if time doesn't exist, then what is it?
It's a thought.
It's nothing. If time doesn't exist, then you don't have to ask what it is.
I've had an experience, I think, except for me, and you might not be able to relate to this, but when I was in high school, I used to smoke weed and believed that weed was evil, right? So the experience, I had smoking weed was paranoid, even though it was feeling good. But then after I learned that weed was good.
Hey, meme. So would you have to say... You have to say something along the lines of, how this many moons ago, is like, there has to be like record keeping.
Right. Well, that's history. So, does the past exist?
Okay.
Before the moon I saw today, there have been many moons before it.
What I mean is, does the past actually exist? Let me put it like this: Does the future exist?
No.
It's only the present moment. I mean,
right.
But
so what happens to the past? Like, let me ask you this: let's say 10 seconds go by. You're now at second 7. Does everything that happened in the 6 seconds before then still exist in the past?
In my brain, yeah.
Yeah. Everything, all the time that exists is in your mind. It's your mind experiencing, and those experiences are kept in a chronological order.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we experience. We experience a moment. We don't experience. We remember the past. We experience the moment, and the future's unknown.
The present is the future to the past.
I guess.
That's true.
But if you were outside, if you existed outside time, you would exist in both the past and the future.
As present, right?
Right.
The past, future is present all the time, right?
So So if you existed outside of time, you could see everything beginning to end. Essentially, it's Alpha Omega. You would know the beginning. You would know the beginning and the end because they're simultaneous.
It's kind of like does a cross section, a 2D cross section of a 3-dimensional object, quote, exist, right? It's more like a mathematical principle that the cross section exists. Yeah.
Right.
Why we call him the Ancient of Days, because so many days, right?
Alpha and Omega.
How else can we understand it? The Ancient of Days, bro. Days, bro.
Days, brother.
The other way to think about it.
So are you referencing the limits of our finite minds? I mean, because I've heard if you're a god, you can see all time simultaneously or whatever. Not time, but what you were talking about.
We don't. I don't think everyone agrees with that here. That time doesn't exist. But one thing we can agree on is that the Earth is flat.
Well, just to close out what we were talking about real quick, what are you saying?
At the top level, yeah.
Yes.
Because
we can agree.
Like, for example, the calendar. It goes off this understanding that the sun is traveling. The Earth is traveling around the sun. In that sense, I don't agree with that concept of time. But I do agree that the sun does travel around the Earth once a day, and that concept of time I could agree to.
I agree.
But there's fluctuations in that. Then there's fluctuations.
I actually agree with you. I actually agree with you. But that's not
exactly
what I'm talking about. Is the principle of the actual passage, because what we measure is we measure a movement and we measure a decay and we measure like we measure a season, right? So we measure things happening, right? But does time exist after that thing has happened? Does it still exist in the past?
Maybe not.
Yeah, so like Stephen King wrote this book called The Langoliers. I don't know if anyone's ever read it or seen like the little TV movie that was made about it. So this airplane, it gets lost in the air, and when it lands, they find out that they're like 15 seconds in the past. Like they're 15 seconds behind, and so everything's empty, but everything still exists. And there are these monsters called the Langoliers that are eating everything that was left behind. And so they're trying, and so they're trying to get the plane fueled, like matches won't light or anything like that. They can't, like batteries don't work because time is already left and they're stuck in the past. That's what I mean is, does everything still exist in the past, or does everything actually only exist in the single moment?
So that would mean that the future it's already written.
No,
it doesn't mean
that the present is built upon layers and layers of many, many millions of man and women hours going towards building whatever you want to call this. That all exists still right now. This is speculation, but in my belief, like let's say you have an aircraft. Think of how many hours it took to get to even the point of thinking about going into flight yourselves. Okay, that might have been an early question. But to actually putting it to practical use and doing it and actually making a machine that could fly, think of how many man hours it took to get to that, from that to a supersonic aircraft. So those first people, when they said, holy shit, if we make a wheel, we go a lot faster on this road. Like it took all of that, however you want to think about it. But I think I digress a little bit because I think we're actually much more advanced in the past, and I think they had technology in the past we're not even aware of still of how they could manage to build all these networked roads in Guatemala, in Honduras, in the Yucatan. These things are finding, they had the Mesoamericans, if you want to call them that, had tunnels underneath the Mississippi River going from Cahokia to another area on the other side. All their cities were connected by roads, and now they're finding tunnels and highways.
Awesome.
So anyway.
We're thinking about time wrong. I think we should think about time the way we think about an inch. the way we think about an inch, or a foot. You know what I mean? It's just a measurement.
Yeah.
Like it's not something you can, travel. It's just the way we measure events in our experiences.
Right. And as far as is the future already written, I believe that's a question that is incomprehensible and unknowable.
Or so you're talking about if it's destiny or not that these things happen.
Well, I'm fine with destiny because that's like the river, but as far as fate, like individual fates, I don't know about that. Destiny is where mankind is going, and it's the inevitable end or restart.
Yeah,
No, but what I'm saying is,
You can
if time doesn't exist,
screw it up.
So many people.
We need, because it takes time to grow and to learn, and then think, what is time? So to think that you can go back in time or go forward in time is kind of silly because we needed a start. Yeah, go ahead.
We named it time, right? We named it time, and then said time is the thing about the sun moving through the sky, right? That's what we did. Like that's what we did. We did that. But like imagine that you are divine and you don't experience time.
Yeah. Like for example, in China, they're in the year 5000 right now.
Well,
so they're
But if we didn't die, I don't think time would be a thing. I don't think anybody would care about time, like going back in time. If we didn't die, if we.
How does sun even exist, Pitbull? Like, isn't it just timers that are counting down, like half-lives? Basically, the destruction of matter is what we perceive time to be. And then we see a thing happen and we go over there. It progresses.
Entropy is happening, right? And so we're like, oh, time passes. But that's like, what is time? How does time pass? No, entropy happens and the sun moves across the sky, but there's no dimension where there's a clicking tick-tock, tick-tock. There's nothing like that. We experience a single moment of like entropy. That's what we're experiencing. But outside of that, like if you weren't attached to that, you could experience everything all at once.
Can I just apologize for calling you guys stupid earlier? I'm sorry. I was just heated and stuff. I just want to apologize. Sorry.
Nope. Stay chill.
Then the new question comes like, the pattern of life seems to keep going, but then all of a sudden death, entropy and decay. So the question is like, what's causing that? And I think the Bible addresses it. So, that's just my opinion.
I think every like molecule or particle has a certain amount of energy that it can contain until its quarks like fall apart and then they disappear and they turn into something else. But I like the whole decay part. That was good because really time is just how long it takes something to die or decay or.
Yeah, in a way, where things should die, cells atrophy. There's this process that doesn't belong called death and decay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's this thing that's going through the world.
Is there anyone who's in their 40s or 50s here?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so because my buddy, he's like in his mid 40s. I'm 33 right now, but he said that time goes by faster when you're older.
Yes, totally.
100%. 100% it does. Yeah.
Can I say something?
So I asked him how or why, and he said
it does not.
No,
your
experience of time does. It's your perception of time. It's when you're younger, you have more things to distract you, and so time flies by. When you have distractions, time flies by, or time goes.
That's not
slower.
it. That's not it. When you're 10 years old, okay, to you, those 10 years feels like a lifetime. That's the difference. When you're 20 years old, you've lived twice as long as you did when you were 10 years old. Till now,
it feels like a half
10 years doesn't feel as long.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
I don't know about all the same.
Okay, so basically,
we gather, right? That's why it seems like it's going by fast.
He's asking about the reason why.
So this is what he told. So this is what he said. He said, let's say someone lives up to 80 years old. Okay. When they're 1 year old, they lived 1/80th of their life. But when they're 40, for example, and they turn 41, that year is basically it's becoming it's a bigger fraction. So in other words, it'll be 1/40th of their life.
Yeah, but the
exactly.
question is,
when you're 40, you feel like you have a whole lifetime ahead of you, right? To hit 80. Like you just lived 40 years, and when you look forward, you're like, I got another whole lifetime. This is what happens when you're 10. Oh, I've got like 10 lifetimes. You know what I mean?
That's not the question. That's not the question. The question is what gets us to that point. What gets us to that point is when you're younger, you're not paying attention to the time because you don't have to go to work in the morning or you have to go to school and stuff. But time's different. Like you're playing, you're constantly busy. So when you get older, you have more time to like sit there and fucking not sit there, but just you're contemplating things differently. So as your brain progresses through its growth, you think of time differently, like because it gets more serious.
The argument against that is that when you're having fun, time flies, meaning that it depends on each person's experience. A person that's not experiencing as much might feel like time is dragging. A person sitting in jail feels like forever, right? A day is forever. Somebody who's engaged, his mind is engaged, it feels like time just went by in no time.
You went jail too. You went jail on the last one too, the engaging thing, right? No, joking.
So our experience of time changes depending on the experience or what you're engaged in.
So I can agree. Whoever said time doesn't exist, I can agree like on that level where it's like it doesn't exist in the same way for everyone.
So a person who has mastered a skill, right? Say a martial artist or a football player, a basketball player, when he plays, it's like time slows down. It's like things are slow motion for him versus the amateur, the novice, right? Everything goes so fast, because he hasn't built up the experience yet. So we're experiencing time differently depending on the levels of our skills, our experience.
Yes, I like that. That's a good point. But I think just to be devil's advocate, I think it might be switched. Like when you are learning a new trade or a new skill, it seems like time takes longer because you're sitting there absorbing it the whole time. And when your muscle memory can just do something without even thinking. Once you've mastered it, it's like, it can go both ways. That's a good one. That's a good.
They call it. There's a name for it. They call it flow state, or when you're in the zone. You guys have all experienced.
You used to fight then. You used to be like martial arts and stuff, huh?
Well, but I think everyone is experienced being in the zone. Yeah. So
my coach is always talking about flow state.
That's a flow state too. Like if you're bored as fuck, or like just like, time will go by slower. Like when I'm at work, for example, and I'm just bored in the office, like it takes forever. But when I'm working from home and I'm like, doing whatever I want, it's like this. It just goes by so much faster.
You know what I think it is? That's a good point too. I think it's how many times you look at the clock. How many times that you're bored and you look at the clock. If you're so bored that you look at the clock like 5 times in an hour, that hour is going to take forever,
Also,
and just like a martial artist, right? At the end of
the motion is like the more that you're in your groove, that you're going to flow and not necessarily recognize time.
Yes, exactly. It's nothing like you're like, it's always something.
You're not even looking at the clock.
Yep.
Time is money. For me, what you choose to spend your time on, that's you know what I mean? The Art of War says the end of it is better not to fight to win by not fighting, right? So the end of it is what we choose to spend our time on, becomes then, I gotta spend my time, wisely, because that's all we have to spend, that's it's going, you know what I mean?
What you spend your time on. Yes, exactly. What you spend your time on is what you are, is who you are. It's what it's what people are going to remember you for. Whether you're doing something mundane or something stupid, it doesn't matter. Like, whatever you spend your life doing, I just shifted the fucking conversation, sorry.
So if we spend all our time trying to figure out time, we're going to lose time.
Exactly. That was brilliant. That was good.
Yeah.
Yeah, compare that to Alexander the Great. He was like 27 and he had conquered half the world. He didn't spend too much time.
Did Dad die 5 years later? What?
That's why you can talk about him now, because he did something good.
He didn't waste any time.
Right.
Yeah, no, I find it really interesting that why we get why time goes faster when we're older. It feels like it goes faster. If you think about a 1-year-old, and when
I mean, you've been on the Earth. You've been here so much longer. Like, so you experience it faster. You know, when you're one, it feels like a fucking year lasts so long. But
that's right, because
when you get into your 30s, you're like, what the fuck, dude? It's Christmas again.
It's like mathematical almost. It's when you're 1 year old and you make it to 2, you've lived an entire lifetime from your perspective.
What about people who died when they're like? What about the people who died when they're like a fucking teenager? Like,
they witness
time went by so fast for them.
You'll have to ask them when you meet them.
But also, like, you think about an 18-year-old, like 9 years was half of their life.
Right. And when an 18-year-old becomes 19, he lived 1/18th of a lifetime.
Oh my God, this is mathematical. You guys are crazy as fuck.
My son went from 1-year-old to 18 years old in like no time. It was like
he went through
that's how I'm feeling right now. I'm 36 of my son. I'm 36 and my son is he just turned 16 this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
congrats.
It's crazy.
You gotta buy his first car now.
I do. I'm actually on that journey of doing that. I'm looking around. I found a fucking Toyota Tacoma for him a couple weeks ago. That was it was $2,900. That I was waiting for my tax return, and then the day that I got my tax return, the fucking truck sold.
Yo, this reminds me of that song "Don't Blink." If anybody's heard it, don't blink. Just like that. You're 6 years old and you take a nap and you wake up and you're 25.
It reminds me of the Alan Jackson song. Yeah, the Alan Jackson song. Remember when?
Yeah, that one too. Yeah.
Put it on layaway. What is it called?
So that means we shouldn't sleep that much. You should sleep as little as possible.
You realize
7 hours. You have to have 7 hours of sleep to get like proper brain functions going.
I definitely recommend sleep.
Yeah, 7 hours you have to have, otherwise you get fucked up.
Yeah, but wouldn't you rather spend that time being awake and alive?
Yeah, but at that time, if you deprive yourself of sleep, the time that you are living is not as good as it could be if you slept a little bit longer and then woke up and did it.
I agree with that.
Because you could say time wasn't on your side.
As you can, because rest your body, the longer you will live.
Right?
Yeah.
That was a bong sao. I like that. That was good.
So would you rather live 100 years of, this is for example, like would somebody prefer to live 100 years of a boring life or 20 years of like a super exciting and fascinating life?
You got to think about the 27 years for 27. You know, like all the famous people that died at 27 years old. That's what they did. Like once they were able to just indulge in shit, like they lived their life 27. Bam. You know how many people died at 27? There's an actual list of it. It's crazy. It started back in Mozart era, time.
27.
Yeah, most of them got killed.
Yeah, I've seen the.
Because they were in the lifetime. They were in the lifetime they got killed
because they sold their soul.
The 27 list is about when the merchandise was going to be most valuable.
No, I think the 27 is okay. When you get famous, if like a younger person gets famous around like in their teens, and they have unfettered access to drugs or whatever they want, and no one to guide them, I think that you indulge to the point where you die. And I think 27, that's it. Like your body can only contain that. It can only handle that much. Like
it's only 7 people.
Well, first you got to make them into a really big star, and they got to have some talent to become a really big star. Then, if they're taking too much drugs, you can kill them and make way
I was going to say it's only 7. It's only 7.
More money.
It's only 7. 7.
Now, here's another question.
You're saying 7, so like
only 7 people died at 27. Only 7.
27 equals 9.
Yeah, but
guys, here's another question. Do you prefer to live 80 years believing in lies, or 30 years and knowing the truths, all the truths?
All the truths? No, I'd rather live my life to 80. All the truths, all of them.
No, like for example, would you would you rather never learn about flat Earth and live up to 100, or would you rather die at 20 years old knowing about flat Earth? And
I'd rather live to 100.
How about this? Would you rather get bogged down in the conversation of the shape of the Earth, or would you rather live life?
Dude, that's like the guy from The Matrix.
I'm living life.
So you're like that guy from The Matrix.
Dude, I'm living life, and I'm a flat earther, and I'm living life. I go out every weekend with another flat earther, and we hang out and have a great time.
Hold on, I wasn't talking shit. I was just doing let me articulate a position. The moment you stop believing in the old way of thinking, like with the heliocentrism and the old paradigm of thought, you are free to live whatever life you want with no rules.
How about as soon as you're able to like be influenced by something that's not real, then you're influenced to be not living real life for the rest of your life.
We're influenced by a lot of things that aren't real, whether it's fiction or things that we like, stories.
Dude, we're all still living like influences of things that aren't real. Like,
of course.
Any time we go out and do anything, like we're under the influence of natural society. But
can I tell you guys a funny story?
Time, like I think that even living on a flat Earth, like we can live life like normal fucking people.
Dude, can I tell you guys a funny story?
We can just know this for ourselves, know our truth, and
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
So my grandfather was on his deathbed 2 years ago. Okay, he passed away, and I went to go see him in the hospital. He had a few days left. I went to go see him. He was about 90 years old, and I lied to him. I said, Grandpa, there's breaking news, like world news. We all figured out the Earth is flat. And I just told, because he was in the hospital, he had no idea, he wasn't watching the news, but I just lied to him for whatever reason. And he was he had a big smile on his face. He said, "Wow," and he believed it completely. And basically, I'm just happy that I told him that before he died, dude.
I'm just glad. You know what I'm glad of? I'm glad that you had a moment with your grandfather. Whatever you said to him doesn't matter. The fact that you had a moment with him before he passed away, that's the truth. It doesn't matter what you said to him, and you could have just went in there, whatever. You have a memory with him, that's the real. It doesn't matter about shape or nothing. It's just you had a memory.
That's the last memory I have with him. I told him the Earth is flat. Everyone knows the Earth is flat now. It came out on the world news.
It's not a lie.
And he literally believed it.
It was on world news, man. And the people who are paying attention, everyone, all of them, we do know it's flat. So you technically didn't lie to him.
That's true. But no, I'm not on mainstream.
Hey, but that was pretty good, though. I'm just glad you have a memory. That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck about
all my flat Earth buddies are like, "Yo, man, that's fucking epic, man," because he got to hear that before he died, because he never even heard that before, you know?
Yeah. The only reason why I say it's not a lie is because they have talked about FE on mainstream. So technically, you didn't lie.
That's true.
Hey, you're right. AI Arden, good job.
No, I just lied about how the whole world accepted it, because right now it's like not everyone's accepting it, but
never mind.
But I'm confident that one day that will happen.
Confident that you'll shut up in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, but
there's a quote from Nietzsche that I wanted to share during this whole time-death conversation.
He was a pedophile, right?
And he says,
wait, Nietzsche was a pedophile, though, right?
Oh, I didn't know that, or whatever.
So tell us what you're going to say about Nietzsche.
No, okay, well, it's just an idea, and it's this idea that, and it's held by other people independently and prior to him. But anyways, that there's such a thing as eternal recurrence, where you die, then you reincur, not reincarnation, but you rather reincur as your same self in the same existence, just like when you were 20 years old or younger, and you live the same life again. And if you imagine that, where death isn't real, you just reincur into your same self, you start to think like, fuck, I got to do shit differently. Or if I'm just going to live the same life over and over and over, I better wake up and do something differently this time around.
Okay, that sounds good. Like, it sounds like it was it's a way to get people, like certain people, to just wake up and be like, because fuck, what was I gonna say? God damn, I was gonna be good as fuck. Say it again. What you just said? I'm just joking.
It's called eternal recurrence. You when you die, you don't experience nothing, nor do you experience a reincarnation. You actually just reincur back into your same self.
Got you. And
60,
he had a
70
voice.
years.
I got you. Yeah. He had a voice like he was like.
Hold on, I need to clarify one thing. Friedrich Nietzsche was not a pedophile.
He wasn't. He did have sex.
Yeah.
With right.
No, he didn't. Friedrich Nietzsche was in love with one woman forever, and she rejected him always, and he never got to marry her.
You're talking about Lewis Carroll.
I'm talking about when he was younger, man. I'm talking about then. I'm talking about when he was younger.
No, this is his entire life. He could not approach women. He couldn't. He was completely awkward around women. He was not a.
He was a total beta.
Yeah, it sounded like he was trying to wake people up. Be like, you know what? Stop thinking about mundane shit, or stop thinking about dumb shit, and just live your life. You know, it doesn't matter. This is
he had a cool mustache. I like his mustache a lot. I think that's a cool style. Sorry,
he was crazy though. But
Our friend earlier, when he talked about his loved one on their deathbed, and he told him that the news has published that we, as humanity, learned the Earth is flat, he accepted it. Now, that is a visceral fear that I think a lot of globers have. It's not that they know the Earth is a globe. It's that the presence of people like us reiterates to them that if the mainstream came out next month and said the Earth is flat, that they would change their paradigm on a flip of a switch, simply because the authority published it.
I think that someone on their deathbed that's like 80 years old could give a fuck. They just want someone to be there when they die. You know, I don't think they care about. Oh my God, the Earth's flat or whatever. They don't care. They live the whole life. They live the whole life, and they're dying now. You know, they're like, whatever you want to say to me, say to me. You know,
I'm talking about a Pacific people though, like die.
People that would believe that people that would lie to their parents while they're dying, or what? I don't know.
No, globe believers.
Maybe if your mouth could stop running incessantly for 5 seconds, you could use.
Well, maybe if you could say shit that's smart enough for me to fucking respond to, I could do that.
Let's not do this again.
Hold on.
Damn, you guys are dumb as fuck. Fuck.
Why?
I'm going to apologize in like an hour.
What's wrong with you, man? Why are you so angry? Did he leave again?
Yeah, he did.
I'm banning him.
Yeah, he did. Sorry, I don't know. I don't know who said that.
Wait for him to calm down, come back in. I'm gonna let him know I'm banning him.
Mike Power, I think it was you. I'm not sure who said that, but you're 100% right. The reason why I said that humanity accepted it and that it was world news and it was on the mainstream media, it was just so that he thought that, like you said, yeah, like once the mainstream science accepts it, like a lot of other people would accept it, right? So I kind of just said it in that way, but
you got to give it the chance that there's people out there not even thinking about this shit. They're just living their lives. They see the news.
That's the whole point, man.
No, but he's right. Like if mainstream media came out and said, "Oh, guys, you know, NASA lied to us. They're all going to jail for this embezzlement scam, and the Earth is flat," literally 90% of the world would just convert to flat earthers, just because the news told them.
Yeah.
Right, and they added the fact about the authority. Yeah.
I don't even think that would happen though.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
I think even if the news media came out and said that, I would think that I would say like 80% of the people would say like the media is just fucking wrong now and we can't trust them, which would be a good step in the right direction. But at the same time, they would be like, "Oh, they told us."
They'll twist it around and, you know.
No, 90% of globe. 90% of globe people would turn flat Earth, and 90% of flat earthers would go somewhere else and start thinking something else.
Exactly what would happen. I'll tell you exactly what would happen. If they announced it, it would be after a 3-week-long social media campaign where they acclimated people to the idea, and when they announced it, everyone would accept it.
I don't think they would accept it.
What would a flat earther do though? You know, if like the current power structure announced that the Earth is flat, I would become very skeptical. I'd be like, "Holy shit, there's something afoot here."
I don't think they would accept it, and at the same time, I would just like, to me, like as a flat earther, I would be like, okay, everything is just fucking completely supernatural.
Creator. Yeah, you can't
Okay, here I'm going to tell y'all exactly. I will tell y'all exactly, because when they do this, they are going to give everyone a particular model.
Exactly.
The flat earthers that are in here,
agree with that.
the flat earthers in here are going to be like, who are we going to argue with, and how are we going to convince them that these people who just told this massive truth that their model is wrong? And again, we're going to be crazy outcasts. Y'all don't understand. We're never going to be in.
If they had a particular model, if they had something to lay out and actually fucking tell us how everything works.
They do.
And no, I'm saying if they had something that they would roll out and tell us that everything works this way and it didn't work the way it does before on the ball model, I don't think people would fucking accept it. I just don't.
Everyone will accept it.
I don't see it, man.
It's very easy. All they have to do is pretend that NASA was they just have to blame NASA for it and say that, you know, they scammed everyone and
no,
we've
always been able
you can show people that NASA scammed everyone. You can show it to their face with evidence, and they don't fucking see it. They don't.
No.
Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to tell you why. You can show them. But are you an authority? Are you the authority?
Exactly.
Well, okay. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. Well, I can see that.
Yes. When the authorities come out, when the authorities say we are now at war with Eurasia, everyone's going to, in mid-chance, switch to death to Eurasia.
Right. Yeah. So I want to give another quote from that book, right?
Yeah.
So in the book, there's a hierarchy of authoritarianism. The guy, when he's telling Winston how they function, he tells him, he doesn't say the party will declare these truths. He says, our scientists will declare these truths. They and our mathematicians will make the sun far away. It will make the stars close. Whatever we want. The problem is that people have a vested interest in believing that scientists know what they're doing, that the mathematicians, that all these highbrow intellectuals at the elite level know what they're doing.
The so-called experts.
Exactly. It's not just going to be the government coming out and saying the Earth is flat. No, they're going to.
No, that's what I meant.
Civic community.
That's what I meant.
They're priests.
Like mainstream science, like, you know what I mean? Like the modern day science, like they can just switch it up one day and be like, oh guys, by the way, like the Earth is flat actually. And then literally the next week it'll get like distributed throughout the mainstream news, and then literally 80% of the world would just convert to flat Earth. But so one of these guys said they're probably gonna show a different model with another set of lies. Half truth, as you call it.
The seeds for all of this are already in place.
Yeah,
there are already people on the circuit. There's already certain experiments and certain representations and certain philosophies that are already in place. They've been being talked about for the past 2 decades. A lot of them are coming to fruition now, and then will be coming to fruition in the next decade. Yeah. So these things are already in place, friends. It's not like we are waiting for the 3 weeks to come. We're in the 3 decades.
Yeah. So here's my question.
They have a plan B. That's the point. They have a plan B. If like too many people learn about flat Earth, they might just come out and be like, "Oh yeah, you know what? The Earth is flat." Well, however, insert lie.
I got it. Well, how many think that we're the good guys?
What do you mean by good guys?
Just trust me, I'm not the good guy.
Discovered the truth, guys. And
what do you mean by good guys?
Oh my God,
cool guys. We're the cool guys.
We are the seed. In a sense, we do enjoy distributing the truth, right? At the same time, it is a truth that is ultimately part of a plan.
Warriors are forged in battle. And it's fun, yes.
Yeah.
Are there any truths that are not part of the plan? Harder truths to speak publicly, right? Ones that would really get you banned. In which case, if we could just man up and own those truths, then you'd actually be disrupting the system.
There are truths that will get you banned. You know what truth will not get you banned at all? Flat Earth.
That's right. That's right. I 100% agree with you.
And you will not get banned.
You'll get shadow banned and everything. You'll get like, demoted.
They've already banned so many YouTube channels.
No, they don't ban the YouTube channel, but they demote them. Or
they have banned several YouTube channels are talking about Flat Earth.
Discord is friendly with us.
So it's like if we use the server for its actual purpose, it won't get banned.
Right. And it's not just that, but we also don't allow something on this server talking about certain things like vaccines.
Certain groups of people.
Like the viewer.
Can I be honest with you guys? I'm surprised Discord didn't ban the server.
It was the Catholic Church.
They did ban the server. They did ban the server at a certain point. There was a Flat Earth discussion group that was banned. This is 2.0. That's the reason. This is 2.0.
No.
Okay.
Probably the reason.
Hold on, everybody. I was there. That server did not get banned. I promise that was not banned. There is actually a blurb on this server, and you can read what happened. There was a very dishonest member of the server who, after the server owner went incognito for like a month or 2 months, he petitioned Discord secretly to take ownership of it.
Yep.
And so me and Indio and a few others destroyed that server and left it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I banned 17,000 people in a single swing.
And it ain't even worth it to mention his name. It ain't even worth it. So just move on.
I think I actually know the name, and I'm not even going to. Yeah, I'm not going to mention the name either because I actually
the Earth was flat.
completely understand.
The Earth was flat before, right? And it was a religious group that believed in God that took spiritual flat Earth and turned it into materialistic, physical globe Earth.
Yes.
Yeah. Spirit Church did this, right? So if they're going to change it back, it's probably going to be the same thing, right? Kabbalah.
Hold on. Can I say one thing? Can I say one thing?
Okay, well, I appreciate that information because I had an indignation of what happened, and now it all
how about this? Okay, maybe they didn't ban, because I actually know some Flat Earth YouTube channels that got banned. But let's just say they didn't ban them. But we have to all agree that it was they may have not have banned everything, but they did heavily censor Flat Earth information.
No, that's not what that whole thing was about anyway. And we were there, so it doesn't really
because
matter.
I remember in 2018, you could search up Flat Earth on YouTube and you could get all kinds of great content. But nowadays, when you search up Flat Earth on Google or YouTube or anywhere, you're literally going to get 90% anti-Flat Earth information.
You know what happens when you censor something and don't ban it? You're promoting it.
Yep, it's like Trump. You could say Trump was censored, right? What did that do? It made everybody think that Trump was the man.
When Alex Jones said when he got taken off every platform, do you know what happened?
Yeah, he became huge.
Huge.
Check this out, man. The term. The only reason I'm jumping in now because what you were talking about, Meme, a few minutes ago. The term suffrage. You know what that means, right? Suffrage. Whether it's politically or ideological.
Sure.
Okay. So now some people might take offense, but it's comparable, I think, to what's happening with with people. They come in here and say, "Well, all you flat earthers, I know it's going to be it's controversial what I'm saying about suffrage.
We haven't said it.
What does it mean?
It's when a bunch of ladies think they have good ideas.
What Women's suffrage.
Well, but it's not only that. No, it's not only that.
Hey, can I say something real quick? I just want to say something real quick.
It's like, well, that's our hope. Well, suffrage isn't your hope, especially when you're ruled by men. It's not going to happen that way.
Hey, I want to say something real quick, man. I haven't been in this server for a very long time, but I used to jump in here all the time just to listen to Helio's voice.
Yeah.
God damn it!
I'm glad he's on
Hey, you do know that?
Dude, I fucking
the
love your
last
voice.
ruler of England was a woman, right, Helio? You do know that, right? Right? Come on, man.
No, sure.
There's no
but
man versus
suffrage
woman. That's some bullshit.
Related to many
You want to push transhuman agenda. Feminism is bullshit.
It's just like, but now they want to put suffrage on the flat earthers, so fucking hey, we can't say what we have a right to speak our mind, so we're under suffrage now,
Is there somehow, I know that Helio is a person that joins these servers. Is there somehow that connects? I don't find the connection to what's being said.
It's the liquor. So I was thinking.
Oh, I'm just some guy that lives in
Oh wait. This is Helio speaking right now?
That was Helio.
Okay. My bad. I thought Helio was okay. Sorry. I wasn't looking at my screen.
So anyway, what I was saying earlier was if you look at the YouTube channels that actually did catch a ban, what happened was when a certain thing came up, they talked about it.
A certain thing.
It lasted 2 years. That came up, they talked about it. And they gave advice. And they were like, what? I'm going to sacrifice my channel to say
and
something.
Weren't they also...
And now they can't say anything.
Weren't they also targeting a specific group that, you don't talk about too as well? And that kind of,
And you know what? And that's why I don't get those channels. Because pick your
That's why you don't what? That's why you don't join those channels?
About those channels, because pick your battles. And if you're not smart enough to pick your battles, you don't deserve to fight.
Right, but isn't that the battle? It's the battle is the one that you're not allowed to battle, which means it is the battle. If you're talking big scope, geopolitical, or hope for the future, it's not flat Earth like we're saying. It's actually the hard questions.
If your goal, my goal with this server is the flat Earth. And so why would I pick another battle, right? For this server, my goal is the flat Earth.
Yeah,
to get all the flat earthers to be aware, that the battle is actually bigger than the shape of the Earth. It's actually
right. See, but the thing is what happens in a lot of the private rooms and the conversation between flat earthers. I don't know a flat earther who doesn't already know all that, and so essentially all of that is preaching to the choir.
Yeah. Okay,
if you're curious about the topic, we can actually go through we can go through a conversation and come to a conclusion and have a common understanding of what the purpose is.
Well, we're not really talking about that though.
No, sure, but that's what most people think. Oh, I'm going to go debate and then fight. No.
We could probably speak our mind openly as long as we play this innuendo game, or if you use satire. I know of some YouTube videos that haven't gotten taken down because they play the satire angle of these big, hard, you can't question it or you can't say it didn't happen kind of topics. But if you play satire, everybody sees you're being satirical and you're throwing down some major truths, but they don't take down your YouTube channel because somehow you're not saying the words exactly and outright. Yeah.
So Leon, so you just gave me you just blew my mind right there. So for example, Logan Paul and all these pieces of shit who did this satire with flat Earth, right? It's possible that they're actually flat earthers, and that was their way of releasing that information.
Yeah,
dude,
that's
Logan Paul.
Although I will say flat Earth is not a completely censored topic. Your YouTube channel won't get taken down or stricken off the platform. You might get you might get shadow banned, or you might get demoted in terms of
that happens every day.
demonetized.
That happens
But
every day.
the real topics are the ones that are just completely taken off of YouTube when you outright say XYZ, you know?
Yeah.
On several
If
times.
you say Hitler was a good guy, you're banned.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.